This conference will now be recorded.
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, want to welcome everyone to today's meeting, those that are in person and those that are online. We do have a very packed agenda today. We're borderline sleeping over tonight. So with that being said, Chelsea, if you could help me make sure that we maintain, try to stay on schedule. We've got, yes, if you're here in person, just make sure your phone's on mute. If you're online, please mute your line. And if you're someone that's going to speak, we will work through that. I do need a motion to allow
Bill Guy to participate.
Bill Guy to participate under special circumstances.
I so move. Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we will start with the approval of the final agenda.
So Doug, real quick, Tony would like to mention something.
Thank you. For a number of reasons, we'd like to continue and have the board continue the closed door session until September 1st.
Is your mic on?
I'm sorry?
Is your mic
I
on?
thought it was on.
Please.
We have until continue the closed door session until September 1st. Have a better update at that time, coupled with the heavy agenda for today, so that way we're not rushed through it. So when you set the agenda, we continue the closed door session till September 1st at, what's a good time, Chelsea? 5, you think?
Yes.
At 5 p.m.
So
That's that September meeting that we canceled and we brought back to life.
Yes.
So we are not doing closed door session today.
That's correct.
We're going to continue it on the
To September 1st. So I would request that when the board sets the agenda, that they continue agenda item, let's see, it's agenda item Roman numeral 10A and 10B
and you said September
first at 5 p.m.
Yeah, why do we have to continue it? Isn't that a regularly scheduled meeting then, or we cancel the regular schedule?
Only otherwise we have to publicize it again, put an ad in the paper, and this way,
Okay.
by
All right.
continuing it to a date and time certain today, we won't have to do that.
Okay. So I just need a motion to approve the final agenda, excluding
We're continuing 10A and 10B to
10A and
September
10B.
1st.
Yes.
I'll second it.
I'll make it at seconds.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
No opposed. So we will move into public comments.
We have two people signed up to do public comments today. First is Charles Mann, is from WCI regarding agenda item 7B5.
7B5? B5?
Aye.
Aye.
Charles, if you want to give public comment now on the item, and then later if they have questions.
This is regarding the conveyance.
Yes.
Hi, good afternoon. For the record, Charles Mann with the Vies Law Firm representing WCI. I'm here on the conveyance of properties from WCI. These, as some of you might remember, these go back a long time. I know myself, I put together conveyance packages to convey these various parcels back as far back as 2017. And for various reasons, the district, at least with the FP&L parcel, I think had concerns, staff had concerns about zoning issues possibly. I don't think anything really changed on those, but I assume maybe the district got comfortable. More recently, I believe in conjunction with the Pelican Preserve Construction Entry Road, the district is looking to do some work on the northerly FP&L parcel. So we were contacted about conveying these, which WCI is fully on board with. But we proposed that all of the old outstanding conveyances all go part and parcel, and we agreed to put together some updated title for staff to review and so on and so forth by the deadline for this meeting, which we did. I received a few emails, I don't know what time it is right now, but let's call it an hour ago, about some potential questions or issues. So I thought I'd get in my car and come on down here and be ready to discuss those. But a few of the issues, and I can wait till the agenda comes up. I don't want to, go in too much detail. Now it's not the best time, but there's some, I guess, issues that came up about some exotics and everything. And so, I just want to make sure we walk out of here clear with what WCI is willing to do and not do, so the board can make an informed decision as to taking it. I didn't want to not show up and the board runs off thinking we're doing certain things. And I can address the various items Tony has brought up, some of which WCI will pay for and do, but a few of the other ones, even though I'm just a lawyer, I'm fairly confident in giving you an indication of what WCI probably will and won't do, and the board can then make a decision, do you want these properties or not? So I don't know if now we go into that, because you haven't even heard staff's presentation on, what they've come up with, but I will stay here to answer questions if that's the.
I have just one question. This time, we are now going to be handling every little nook and cranny from the dump all the way to Griffin Drive. There's not going to be any missing parcels or anything. Everything's included in this, notwithstanding these other issues, but the actual land transfer, it's all coming across.
So funny enough, I don't know who discovered it. It might have been the district manager, but Chelsea emailed me about another one, which a little tiny wetland piece, which we're willing to give. We're willing to update title, not trying to force any, not go through any proper actions that we, agreed to take in the past. So there was one other piece. I do believe with that one, it is everything. Most of these you've probably looked at. I mean, Area 9 on the other side of I-75. I mean, everything I think has been addressed, and they've just been languishing for the most part, except the FP&L one was waiting on the potential zoning concern that I believe Tony had. But we're ready to go. We'll convey it all. Don't have to, if you want to go through the different issues and make it on the next meeting or whatever. But what I mainly want to emphasize is WCI's position is, take everything. They're probably not going to be willing to give you the one little piece of the north that you want now and then keep,
We want it all done.
and we want to give it all
Get it
to
done.
you. So if we want to go
This is
through later,
drug out for years.
we concur. But if we want to go over the specific things later, I can do that.
So Charles, why don't we do this? Why don't we get through public comments, consent agenda, and then I'll pull forward that item.
Sure, whatever
Once we
you're,
get in that, so that
your
way you
preference.
don't have to stay around all night.
appreciate that,
Okay.
and whatever you'd like to do. All right,
Okay.
thank you.
Perfect, thank you.
We have one more for public comment from Robert Spencer.
And Chelsea, just so I'm clear, is
Just a reminder,
Is that
there's
I
a
and
5-minute
J?
timeline.
or just Jay?
He's high.
Aye,
No. Jay,
It is Jay.
it's only Jay,
What we just talked about was only Jay?
only Jay.
Jay.
Correct.
I'm sure there's,
Okay.
yeah, it's all of the WCI parcels are in one resolution. It will be in one resolution, except for the straggler. I think that's how it was characterized by Chelsea, which is
Yeah, there's
appropriate. for these.
Pieces all
I guess
over
the
the
question
place.
is the difference between
I and J.
Well-
I and J.
We'll address that,
Okay. So just if I need to pull I up along with J,
not necessarily.
okay, perfect. Okay, sorry.
Next.
All right, Mr. Spencer? Just a reminder, time, 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have just been living here for better than a decade. I really love Gateway. And there's been a lot of chatter about budget and the bond issue. And I just want to speak a minute about working with people. I think there's a lot of us that are retired, we're living our lives, and we're really not paying attention to a lot of things. But I think 70+ million, maybe more, has really got us interested, to say the least. And we really don't understand, given the information that's been available to us so far, the relationship between the existing budget and the new bonds you're proposing. So I ask you a couple of questions. Why not get the people informed and get them to be proud of this great community? I love Gateway. My daughter's husband, they helped develop this, Kingan. They also loved it and came back. In fact, they live in part of it now, Mrs. Kingan. So I ask you this. what is your term of office?
We're all
When are you
different.
guys up?
We're all different.
Well, what's the latest or the newest? Or the
4 years, we have 2 up for election this year. I think they're both unopposed, aren't they?
Yes.
See, there's another problem we've got. And I don't want to interrupt what you're saying, but this is the problem we got. It's complacency. The only time anybody comes to a meeting to learn anything is when we put something out. They don't attempt to learn. We got a handful of people here that are in this room that are like fixtures. They're here all the time. Nobody else comes.
Well, let me speak to a couple.
And we can't get
points.
anybody to run for office.
You've really beefed up this administrative team. And I don't know whether it's so you can hurry up and get the bonds passed while your term's here or not. I don't know. I know people. I know human nature. I come from Youngstown, Ohio, which is a bad place sometimes. So I don't mean to be casting aspersions. In fact, I haven't gone online. I haven't contacted an attorney. I haven't gone to the governor, who I support. But I do have questions, and I'm asking you, why now? Why not educate the people with this staff? They're good, at least those that I've met, and have them develop an education for the people so that we understand why you're spending $30 million on lakes when you've already spent 6. You know, I don't know whether that's needed or not. I'd like to see you expand a reservoir or 2 so we have extra capacity in the dry season. I think that's important. I think that's a good idea to be ahead of the curve. But the bottom line is, I don't know why you're doing it. I don't know if there's a reason why we're taking on other areas.
Did you have
The staff, for
Did you have the
example.
opportunity to read the CIP?
Yes, I
Because
read
it
it.
did explain exactly why we're doing what we're doing.
No, it doesn't say it. You say it's a wish list. First of all, it says may. It doesn't say will.
And that's correct.
Yeah,
It is
and
May.
it's a blank check.
No.
It's a
not
blank check.
And see, that's where the
Well, you're
general
saying you're
public
not
has
going to
gotten
pass the money
confused.
right now.
Yeah.
This is just the right to do it, but you're maybe leaving office.
I'm sorry.
You may be leaving office. We don't know what's going on.
I'm not
We
leaving
want
for
the
2 years.
continuity.
Yeah.
And so I'm saying, make that, postpone that October meeting until January when the snowbirds are here and get them involved in it rather than opposed to it. Maybe the park is a good idea. I don't know, but there's an overwhelming group of people that don't think so. But that's nothing compared to the water management program. Security is a major issue, I think. We need to work on security, not count on the county, because the county is hit or miss. And if this team, if there's mold in this building, then deal with it. Don't wait for construction. How can you deal with it? We got a whole bunch of properties on Gateway Boulevard that are vacant.
Sir, we're already renting one and we're
We'll
moving
rent
out.
more. Why spend millions?
It's
$4
not-
million on administration.
Okay.
So I just suggest to you that you get online, have this team develop a comprehensive plan and show us what that plan is. I see $75,000 for trees, and that's good, but is that enough? Where is that going? We don't know anything about that except what was cut down. Is that to replace them? There's a lot of questions that a little bit of planning and bringing people online would help, rather than have people go to get attorneys, have them be political, go to the media. I don't want to see Gateway diminished in reputation because we don't understand and somebody's going to get mad in these economic times. So if it's an emergency, let's deal with it as we go instead of giving 25, 30% on top of the 58 million.
Thank you very much. That
Thank
is
you.
your time, sir. Okay, who do we have next?
I don't have anyone else signed up to speak. There were no emails, and no one online has indicated that they would like to make a comment.
Is there any items to pull for consent agenda 6, items A, B, C, D, or E?
I have no changes.
Do you want a motion?
Yes, if there's no items to pull, if I can have a motion to approve consent agenda 6A through E.
I'll make that motion.
Do I have a second?
I will take, I'm sorry. I'm going to pull 6E. I'm sorry, yeah, 6E. And it's could be answered real quickly.
6E.
Is this for the CIP contract amendment? Is that what this is
No,
for?
this is their general services.
Just general services. Okay, then I'm not pulling anything.
Okay, all right. So I have a motion. Do you second?
Yeah, I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second to approve consent agenda items 6A through E. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you very much. We'll go to administrative agenda. Our monthly reports. Yeah. Yeah, I was gonna, so I guess before we go to administrative agenda, if no one has an issue while Charles is here, let me pull forward item BJ. No, I'm sorry, 7J. It's fine.
I think that's Tony's.
Tony, you want to present this item or you want me to?
Well, a combination. Chelsea had, as we were meeting to talk about with WCLNR to discuss the conveyance of the property at the north end of the FPL easement necessary for the building of the Pelican Reserve ingress egress utility emergency access road. Her approach was appropriately to get with WCI Lennar and say, when can you expedite this, provide this conveyance? WCI Lennar said, we'd love to work with you. We have the agreement to work with you. We have a number of other parcels though that have been, I'll use the term, sort of straggling, languishing out there for the last few years, and that WCI Lennar would like to wrap up. And as a result of that, a number of the properties, we have the FPL easement, the south section we're familiar with, the north section we're familiar with, and then the last segment north of Gateway Boulevard to the old landfill site that encompasses the old temporary construction road that will also then be the route generally for the new Pelican Reserve emergency ingress egress road. And then as WCI Lennar looked further and closer, there were some additional parcels that they identified that were half of lakes or 2/3 of lakes or little pieces here and there that had not yet been conveyed. And so
But that's throughout the whole community.
correct. And so what they did, they then went through the list and it's agenda item. And if you look at J, there's a list that's in there, but then what's important are the graphics. Everybody can identify the various parcels and the parcel folio ID number is provided. So we have this northern piece, then we have area 9, we have the FPL easements, and then we have this other little piece south of the commons. And so there's a number of parcels like that and that need to be conveyed and it's appropriate that they be conveyed. I believe the district has easements over those and or maintenance responsibilities anyway as part of their permits. And you can see there's actually the piece behind the Gateway Charter High School also. And a number.
What's that one Chelsea just had? I'm looking at them quickly. Yeah, okay, that's part of one of the pieces in the FPL.
One of the many.
Okay.
Yeah, then if you go, keep going, rolling, then you have that one, which is south of the commons.
That's the half that they own of the pond.
Correct. Then the north half is right there, or north,
Okay.
however shaped. There's the ingress egress utility road. That's,
Okay.
again, that's west of the, north of the charter school.
Okay. know about that.
This parcel was, I think, one of the last pieces they found before they found the little strangler.
That's the guy over, it used to be the WCI employee that got the deal cut for that piece of property. He's long gone. Yeah, that's at the end of the wetland. Okay.
But yeah, and so what Charles prepared and WCI Lennar prepared, they updated, they provided a draft special warranty deeds, which is appropriate. Owner's affidavits, and so all the forms of those documents are fine.
Are there more?
I think that's just the
Well,
one straggler.
there's-
Charles.
I thought there were some ponds like 105, 6, and 7, as I recall, and maybe you've done it, but those are those little ponds down there by Sable Dunes and the cottages. I was thinking that you owned half and the country club owned half or some weird deal, or maybe you own half and we own half and the Gateway Greens Association quitclaim deeded them here to the association, but I thought you guys owned the other half.
Come to a mic if you're going to speak, please.
Are,
Sorry.
are those included? Because of,
People here want to-
I hope I didn't catch you cold here with some that I am aware
Well,
of.
let me help
Well,
Delvin.
if you did, I'll be glad actually, but I'm not aware of those. There is one lake. It's not, I was looking, I don't think I see it on that map, and Chelsea maybe ripped
Chelsea,
through
are
it.
there any more?
I
There's
think
one,
there's one, okay, go ahead.
there's one additional one that abuts the Lee Memorial property. It's a little straggler piece that we identified late this afternoon. There are a handful of other properties and different ownership other than WCI of ponds and wetlands that we've identified. We'll bring those to the board's attention. But to our knowledge, and I've had our stormwater specialist look at all of these, and she's
I just
actually
want
the
to make
one.
sure if we're going to do this, let's do it.
Yeah,
Us too.
I sent the list before I came down here to Barry Ernst too. I said, just look at it. Can you think of anything else? Or, so I think it covers it, but there was one lake that I didn't see scrolling through there. It may have been, I missed it. That was half owned by, in addition to the ones abutting the FPNL piece, that's half owned by the district and half owned by WCI. That one is on the list.
Okay. I just want to make sure we just end this discussion.
Oh, that was the whole idea, and I think that it's what, I think that's what WCLNR has in mind. Also, when they provided the
Clean it up.
list and said, hey, by the way, not just the property up north, but we have all these other parcels that we have sort of languish on the link.
The
west
goal would
links.
be to take care of it all. And in all fairness, it wasn't like we were trying to, I'm not aware of any problems that were still lingering. We had the area 9 needed the easement. That was cleared up a long time ago. The zoning question, I don't know if that was cleared up to Tony's satisfaction, but
The
it's not
county,
going anywhere.
yeah, the
further.
county never really addressed it, but we're not worried. I think the board's
So-
we're no longer really concerned.
Bury it.
Can you
Just bury it.
pull up the first image, the access road image? It's the first one.
This one?
Yeah, keep going.
That's it.
There's more.
That was the parcel.
No, but I want you to keep that one right there.
That's north of the access road.
Yes, so north of the access road, and then there's all that,
Everything north of that doesn't belong to us. It's
That's
outside
the
the
old
district.
landfill site.
That's landfill.
so,
That is as far north as we go, right there on that line.
and then we will have, that's our road right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then to the west of that, where it says service road in the agenda packet
That's
is the
in the-
acceptance of the conveyance from the Pelican Reserve Community Association for that.
Okay.
Also. And so then one thing I have not yet completed, there's a couple of items. One is all the meets and bounds legal descriptions. I've not double checked those against the sketch and legals, but the way the resolution is crafted is that subject to final review by council manager and engineer, and I will sit there and read to my assistant, or she'll read to me, so we make sure we have that. And then secondly, there's a minor amount of past due taxes and or tax certificates on some of these parcels, and WCLNR will take care of those,
And then the last thing
I
is,
believe.
we
Correct,
have-
Charles?
then the last thing as part of the list is staff has identified there's quite a bit of invasive species out there when it comes to shrubs and bushes and some overgrowth. So we'll work, with WCI on trying to address those
Is
issues.
that the part that's objectionable?
Yeah, I think so. So, from WCI's perspective, we look to turn this over. Some of it may go back before. I'll just start at 2017 because that's when I personally was involved. And the district didn't take it, which is fine through progress. You don't have to take it or anything. And WCI maintained it, paid taxes. I think with the zoning issue out there, I think WCI kind of took the position, if they're not going to take it, probably just let it go and maybe it'll go to tax deed sale, stop paying taxes, so on and so forth. We were aware of the tax certificates because they were in Tony's title commitment. And by the way, I believe going way back in 2017, the district requested title insurance for the FP&L easement for various reasons. It's a larger area, you're going to do some part, whatever it was. So we agreed to be cooperative and provide the reasonable documents, for Tony's title commitment, everything. So I did speak with WCI, call it 4 or 5 days ago. They did agree if you do take all the properties, they will go ahead and pay all the back taxes. I strongly suspect that if we're talking about going out there and doing land clearing on stuff that's grown up over the last handful of years, that's going to be, if you want it, take it as it is. If not, then that's fine, but so I would probably suggest as we walk out of here, it's going to be a position of not going all the stuff you've observed today or the last couple of days and cleaning it out, clearing it, doing any of that. I'm not the decision maker, but I'd say I feel 95% confident. We'll pay the taxes, we'll do all the other things we always said, but we're not, the land as it exists, if you want it, take it as it is and that. So that's, and just want to make sure everyone was informed. So we didn't,
Well, that one little triangle, that's where we're going to put the roads. We're going to go in there and do as a part of that whole reclamation project, I assume, clearing and grubbing anyway. So any exotics that are in there will be history. But
That's not the concern. The concern is the rest of the easement south.
the rest of it going south,
Yes.
that's where I figured you were going.
Do you have that crosshatch, Chelsea, you can
I
put up?
do not.
What's the ballpark dollar figure we're looking at that's involved?
We haven't even gotten to that point yet because this all just came last week.
Well, I mean,
So
are we talking $3,000, $5,000?
I hate to throw a number
10,000?
at it and it be completely inaccurate, but that's something we can work with Mainscape on giving us an estimate to bush hog it and just,
My
rough
deal
clear
is,
it.
and that's why I say, well, 95%, and again, you can table it to the, I mean, we're not sitting here, decide right now, we take to the next meeting, but I didn't want anyone walking away with the impression by me not showing up, oh yeah, WCI is gonna, they're gonna do all this other stuff that we've got on Tony's list, because I don't think that's probably, gonna happen, but we don't know I mean, I just saw the crosshatch hand-drawn thing, so I don't know how much it is either. I mean, if it's
What we
if
can
it's $2,000, you guys probably wouldn't care spending, and WCI probably wouldn't mind cutting the check either, so I don't know.
we can work, again, this resolution is approval by district manager, council, and engineer. So that's something, if the board chooses to move forward and approve this, we can work through and work with WCI.
because that area south of Gateway Boulevard has been that way since Christ was a child. So why are we getting upset about that one? The area to
I don't
the
think
north,
anybody is, yeah.
that's a different story. You can see it. It's an eyesore when you come into this community. So I'd have concern about that, but we're going to clear and grub it anyway, so it's no big deal. The
Well,
south, my thing is, let's button this up and get it done.
Well, I certainly don't disagree with anything you just said, but also, the only thing I would say is if you're gonna take it to staff and then, staff thinks we should still clear the exotics, we don't, then, yeah, we're right back here. So if you want to give them some direction, we'd certainly, respectfully ask maybe that be done, but it's up to you.
And I
We'll go through the process. We'll approve as the board and then we'll go through the,
Administratively, we can work through it and I can work through the cost and making sure we
I
have.
think the cost is the biggest thing for me, because if it's not, if it's gonna be huge cost, then we're gonna be maintaining it's not like it's gonna go away.
well, and it's not like it's gonna ever get clean. So
Yeah.
if it stays with WCI, it will remain the way it is today.
And I think that, again,
So,
I think they probably, by stopping paying the tax or just let it, if somebody picked it up at a tax deed sale and took it, we'd let them, which, then that isn't
Too
gonna.
much for us to lose on that.
and it's not something we have to do overnight. We can budget for it down the road. And does this relinquish, legacy WCI and modern Lennar to any other than the one piece of property that we have currently? Does that get them?
Are they out of Dodge?
To our knowledge,
Out of the gateway business. so to speak.
Subject to Charles or Russell Smith getting a tax bill from the tax collector for a proper piece of property that's not on our list. I think it does. I think it
Okay.
takes care of all the conveyancing.
That we're aware of at this point.
And
Yeah,
Chelsea,
are you adding the straggler to the resolution?
I
Is that-
would request the board, like I said, that one last straggler that we've identified to include that
And for
How
the
do we
record,
identify
straggler.
That's scientific.
parcel
Track
X,
number, straggler.
Parcel
There's a
X.
parcel number I had,
I have it.
emailed
I
it
think it's on
earlier.
there.
We can say it to the record. And
we
have-
confirm that is another one, give it to you. And again, I will represent that,
I'll check my records too, go over Gateway Greens, because I thought your name was on a couple of ponds, but it may have been cleared up.
I thought so.
hopefully you mean
Not
WCI
your
Lennar,
name,
not,
but- WCI.
So, we'll go through for that straggler piece, we'll provide the things we've always provided the district. I'll update title, and.
But
and provide
other
that.
than that issue of the exotics, you're not aware, staff's not aware of any other issues at all that would interfere with this?
Correct.
Right?
So
It's the part that starts north of Hampton Park. You see it, right? That's really it. And then there's the northern area, there's gonna be cleared and rubbed anyway.
Yes.
by the access.
So to that straggler piece, let me just read the strap number into the record. So it's on record. So it's 18-45-26-000001.106E as an echo.
Okay, I don't know if I got all that, but
I think that's my yard.
I can
Okay.
follow
Well,
up.
hey, for the right price, it can be.
so can I get a motion
Yeah, and
to,
I'll make that.
And the motion would be to adopt the resolution that's in your agenda packet and amend the exhibit A to add the parcel that Chelsea just read the folio number, staff number.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second.
Motion and second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No.
Didn't think this day'd ever come.
Okay. Thank you, Charles. We appreciate
Thank
it.
you for pulling the item. I appreciate it very much.
Thanks.
And Tony,
Thanks,
with
Charles.
this
Good seeing you.
resolution that we just passed, what other hindrances or problems do we have with moving forward with the construction of the access road?
We'll
Does
get
this
there,
resolve it?
we'll get there as part of the monthly report update. I'll be able to provide that update.
Okay, so we're gonna,
Yeah, it's one more resolution that would wrap this up also.
We will.
do we, or you want to hit I? Is that what you're trying to?
We can do it now or later, but that's just, again, working with Steve, if you want to go to Roman numeral 6I, that's the adoption of resolution 2022-27 with regards to conveyance of parcels from Pelican Reserve Community Association, Inc. And that's the east-west leg on the north end of Prado that goes to the FPL easement. That's sort of like a 45-degree angle. And that package has been provided, and that's, I can't recall my notes on that particular packet, but I would suggest that the board again accept that conveyance subject to final review by your district manager, district council, district engineer.
Okay, so if we make the motion to accept it, what's in I? Well, I guess we'll do that. We'll get that done. Then there's nothing else.
No,
Okay.
we have an FPL consent agreement that I have to follow back up that Chris started over a year ago. So I'm waiting from FPL to find out what the status of that agreement is.
So that's still a hindrance, okay.
Yeah,
And a right-of-way permit. But yes,
And then we would just get a meets and bounds legal description just so we can tie it up because it's,
Any chance we're gonna get this done in 2022 calendar year?
the idea is to get it done within the next 2 weeks because Chelsea wants to have shovels out there. Is that a fair statement?
that's a fair statement.
All right, so can I have a motion to approve?
I so move.
Second.
Motion and second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you very much.
Perfect. Okay, now let's get back to our regularly scheduled program. We will go to monthly reports. I guess we start with financials.
Any questions? Is there So, any questions on the financials? If not, then I'll delve into the administrative side of the report.
I did not.
Hearing nothing. Nope.
Okay, well, how often, or do we have a plan? I do want to say, how often are we gonna have staff here to do this? Is that a thing in the past now?
I will present on their behalf.
Okay. I really don't want to, with all due respect to you and what you're doing. I personally get a lot out of the monthly reports. I don't think they should be here every meeting, but I'd like to have them reporting in here, 2 meetings to us, because there's some give and take and dialogue back and forth. So was this change something that we voted on, or was this just,
This is an operational change.
okay, so,
What are we talking about?
Having staff in on somewhat of a regular basis to give their updates as opposed to,
having everything coming from Chelsea or the
the
System.
information
Well-
presented in advance, and then Chelsea and Laura here to answer any questions on
Well,
that.
originally, that's how it used to be. I don't know if you guys recall.
Yeah.
With April, everybody else, the district manager did it. However, staff was on
Here.
the room. So I won't be opposed of having Chelsea deliver this way, as long as we can have staff there, because sometimes we had delays, like asking Chris directly, okay, how about this? And then he had needed to get back to staff. So I don't have a problem with Chelsea delivering, but then once a month, when you are delivering, like, I think it would be beneficial to having those staff members here, if we would have any questions, but
Well, and I
having
would,
them do it or you.
I would hope that prior to this agenda, or when the agenda goes out in this actual meeting, that you contact me in advance if you have particular questions about specific
things
items.
come up in the meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Things come up in the meeting. You can't,
Well, let's just do this. I
foresee
think if
everything.
we do that, I just want to make sure that we're keeping them here within their regular time. So we can just, if
Move
we
it up.
decide once a month
Move it up.
to have them come in, we
Put 'em
can
up at
put
the head of the agenda.
administrative.
once a month is more than enough for me.
Yeah.
Administrative agenda, we'll put it,
Just slide it
actually
up.
where it is. If we go through consent agenda, we would be hitting that right now, 3:30. So they could be out of here by 4,
That sounds
4:30,
fine.
and it wouldn't impact their day. So.
and then you still
And who do you
deliver,
want?
and then that's my question. I don't necessarily have a problem with you coming from you and delivering, and then if we do have questions, they're here. If they're,
Well, then
But-
why would they be here if they're not going to
Well,
deliver?
let's-
I disagree with that, but okay.
Well,
It gives us the opportunity to ask a question to them once a month.
Directly
And
when
then,
they're ready.
and then the other, but this does not address the issue of the other email we got on the relative.
Well, that's
to
another one.
No contact, because that's another one that we got to
Well,
talk about.
let's solve one thing at a time. So
Okay.
I think inquiries during the meeting go to Chelsea. And then staff is here
To support.
to support. I mean, I think that's the
Okay,
way it
that's
should
one
be.
opinion. I
Yeah.
would like to have them give the report.
Well, but who gives the report can be, I mean,
But they
Somewhat
are,
secondary.
they are,
they'll be here once a month
When
to
I-
answer any questions that,
Well,
and
this
that,
is a
Chelsea-
decision
and
that we're-
I agree to
Chelsea
that,
and our
because
leadership team
that's
can't
kind of
answer.
how it used to
okay,
be
but this
prior
is a
to.
decision that we're now making, right?
No, this is how it used to actually be.
Whatever account it used to be. Now we're talking about it because it's a change. There's two opportunities.
I thought we just agreed, Bob, is to go back to what we used to do.
Well, that's not what I heard Doug say. I just heard Doug say Chelsea's going to give it. And then if we have a question of them, we can ask. I want to go back to
not-
what them.
No,
giving
I
the
want to be able to
presentation.
go back and do what we used to do. We can ask them a question.
And they
Yeah.
they were making
Yeah.
their presentations
Well,
and we would ask
my
questions.
point is, my point
I'm
was,
confused.
questions should go to the district manager.
That's what
If
I,
the district manager cannot answer it, staff is here to provide additional.
Not in the meeting.
Why?
yeah.
No.
Yes,
Now, when we're in the meeting, I want to hear directly from them
Yes.
but why?
because I got a lot out of that dialogue.
Yeah, I did too. I totally agree with that.
Why do we need a filter when they're sitting right here?
Yeah.
It's their department. They're the most knowledgeable people and we ought to be able to have dialogue.
We should have that dialogue, no doubt about it.
Okay, well,
So let me ask you this, because then what I was suggesting is neither of that. It's because I asked Chelsea this. So she gives the form, staff completes the form, gives it to her. So that form actually, it's coming from staff, but it's just being delivered by Chelsea. But it is coming from staff. It's not made by Chelsea. So I don't have a problem of her streamlining and delivering that report to us. And then, but having the staff here, the 3 or 4 here, like we used to. And if we have an additional questions from what Chelsea had asked, we go to them directly. So at least they're here as needed if we need to get into the weeds.
Well, okay, I hear what you're saying, but I would prefer to have them make the report on their department. They are department heads. And then if there are questions, we can go back and forth with them.
well, let's just,
For the
let's be,
inquiry,
sorry.
I'm sorry, for inquiries and things, we'll certainly follow them through Chelsea since we can't talk to anybody on staff now. But that's a whole other issue.
Okay, so, and let's just define who, so when we say department heads, who do we want here representing?
Just what we have right now.
Tony.
What we used to have.
Tony,
Yeah.
does the board direct staff? Other than myself?
The board establishes the policy and the hierarchies, and typically the board hires a manager, and typically the manager will hire the various employees, and certainly hiring things like that might be subject to the approval of the board. The other hires might be just the manager exercising manager discretion. Typically, the managers report to the board, and typically the boards don't direct staff. That's a typical process.
And we're not. We're asking questions.
Yeah, and that's different. I mean, from asking questions of staff.
Yeah.
Outside the meeting.
No. Well, that's another
Hey,
subject.
That's what I thought we
another
wanted to
subject.
have.
Point of order, guys. Let's finish one topic at a time before we keep moving on. So we're talking about, Tony, excuse me. So we're talking about having department heads, which would be
Tim,
Laura for financials, and also representing the assistant district manager role. Tim, stormwater, public works now be,
Ellen,
It would,
Kenny.
it would fall under Keith. Keith would be the public works director, so he would represent the
And then
entire
Kenny.
department.
Oh, this is a new person.
yeah,
Mhm.
Keith is public works. All right, so it's Laura, Tim, Keith, Kenny. Those are the 4 individuals
Yeah,
that we
that's-
want
that's-
providing
Tim,
updates.
Tim would not come. Parks and Rec falls under Public Works.
which is Kenny.
That's
Yeah.
fine.
Should be.
Kenny,
I mean,
Keith,
Keith.
Only in the event there's maybe,
Kenny, Keith, Laura, and myself.
because I don't have any problem with giving staff
Okay.
visibility to the board and to be able to acknowledge the work that they're doing. The whole purpose of this was try to streamline this meeting, so we're not in here.
Believe me, I don't think that they tie us up long and the value that we
I
get
don't
from
think
it
it's those
far
issues.
exceeds that.
No, I'm just saying
Okay,
that
I'm
that was a driver.
their
is to Try
opinion.
to streamline, but, okay, I mean, it doesn't matter to me whether Kenny reads it or
Okay.
we read it
Okay.
ahead of time or Chelsea does. Okay, so that's moving forward. You just can figure out which meeting of the month.
We're
Once a
gonna
month is all we're talking about.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah, once a month, right?
Yeah.
That's more than enough.
We'll have them on standby.
And it's, high
Ready.
level unless there's more detailed questions. So
Yes.
What's in their report.
Now, wait a minute. What does that mean we're gonna have them on standby? They're gonna be here, right?
They'll be
Yeah.
on standby, yes. They're here right now.
Okay,
They're
but
just
they'll be
not sitting,
sitting,
they're not sitting in the
they'll
room
be
right
sitting
now.
here for the meeting.
They will be available for the meeting, yes.
Chelsea, you're playing word games. They're physically going to be sitting here.
Yes, Bob.
Thank you.
Okay. Uh, So where are we starting with?
Hit the other issue because we got to get that off the deal too, because I don't agree with that at all.
Well, here's the, in the conversation I've had with staff and with our leader team, where,
What are you talking to staff for? You've
that's
been
part of my
talking
job.
about- Since when?
I deal with leadership. That's the chairman's
You
responsibility is to
you
interact.
have
So
no
I'm the
more
liaison
authority,
to
you
the
have no
staff.
more authority than the rest of us for,
Okay. can we
none
Stop
whatsoever.
the semantics. Let's get to the core of the, of
The
what
core
you're
of the
trying
deal is, I want to continue with the way we were, that we can contact staff on issues. I have no problem of going back, and if staff wants to then report to Chelsea that, hey, Ed, Bob called, he wanted to talk about X, Y, Z, I have no problem with that. No problem with that whatsoever. But we've got to be able to have that. If you have somebody on staff that wants to talk to somebody and it's a whistleblower deal, I think you just stepped on your yin yang. You can't do that, Doug. You ever
What are you
ran a
talking about?
business? If you have a staff that's got a whistleblower issue and they can't
We're not
talk
talking
to
about
us.
that.
Well,
I'm
I
not talking
am.
about that.
I am. That's exactly what I'm talking about.
I'm talking about staff check-ins as the chairman
I'm
is.
talking about I, as a board member, should have the right, just like any other board member, to talk to staff.
Are you talking about? Okay, so the question is where the line gets drawn between having a conversation with staff, asking them to do certain
And
things,
delegating.
directing them, and
I
that's.
didn't say any of that. I didn't say any of that.
I'm
I said
saying
talking to
that's-
staff. If that results in an issue that where somebody thinks that that is resulting in an expense, then that person, that staff person goes to Chelsea and says, hey, I think this is going to cost us money. And then we have a whole different issue. But just to talk to a staff person, no, I totally disagree with that. I should have that ability. If you've got that ability, I should have that ability.
But I think the email says that we all have the ability, but to go to Chelsea. And that's what
To
Doug
organize.
is saying. He has it, you have it, I have it, to go to Chelsea. Like I came actually after the email, I didn't even call it. I just showed up here because I was like, what do you mean by this email? Because I took it as you do not call, and that morning I had sent an email to staff and I didn't hear from staff. So I thought like that was directly towards me. And it was, the way it was explained to me, it was, I need to be on the know and I would like to help and aid and guide. I said, well, then I'm not opposed of sending it to you, but I'm still gonna copy that staff member because I don't want to be any missing communication. So to me, it's more work. And if you're willing to take more work, then I'm not. So I'm going to continue to send it to you. However, that's not going to stop me from copying Al, copying Jim, copying Tim, copying Laura, copying whoever I want. But I will follow what you ask me, which is send it to you directly. That's fine. But I am going to CC the other ones if I feel that there's a need. And that's what I've been doing.
So if you want to
Why don't
talk,
we let Chelsea explain the purpose
okay.
of what she sent, what she was trying to accomplish, and if there's anything she was trying to mitigate. Why don't you start there?
So to help the public understand, I sent an email to the board members asking them to refrain from contacting staff directly and to communicate through myself as the district manager. That had some feedback from the board members. And so I followed up with a second email about, like Flavia just explained, how you email myself directly and you can CC staff, trying to hold staff accountable, streamline processes, understand issues or non-issues, and oversee the staff as I've been hired to do. And
What's the problem that we run into when the board members contact staff directly?
so it's not only their time,
I don't want to ask it that way.
Okay.
Ask the question, what has happened to cause this?
okay.
Has there been an event?
Well, there's been multiple board members asking either a similar question or the same question to different staff, and staff gets tied up. Their time is valuable. Not saying that the board's isn't or mine isn't, but if I have multiple board members asking the same question, I need to address that as a whole, as a board. And so it's not just during work hours, it's after work hours as well. So if there's staff, we have salaried staff, which the majority of our upper management are. which isn't an issue. But if it gets down to the hourly staff and they're answering the phone outside of hours, then it's going to cost the district. They should be compensated for that.
I've never in my life contacted.
I'm
that
not
staff.
accusing anybody. I'm just saying
So I'm trying
that
to
if
figure out what, it sounds
Yeah,
like
what
we're making a
prompted-
mountain out of a molehill.
accountability and control.
And I do know there is some, some times where we may have all contacted staff and asked for some information or something along those lines. And I think that does put staff in a situation where, they have to, they feel like they have to respond to everything that the board requests, and it may cause them to deprioritize other activities.
Is
And it
this
could
a
take away
big
their time.
problem? Let's get right down. Is this a big problem?
Yeah.
But when
that's what
I
I'm trying
talk to
figure.
staff or try to, and I tried calling, and I called the assistant district manager to talk to somebody. What was it about? I wouldn't tell her because it was none of her business. I said it was something I wanted to find out about. And that person doesn't call me for 3 or 4 days. That is not appropriate.
I agree.
That is just not
And
appropriate.
Bob, I'll
I
bet,
don't need to go through a filter. If I have a question for staff, it may be something simple. It may be something very complex. If it's burdensome, then I expect to hear about it. But I haven't made 5 of these calls in a friggin' year. But I damn sure don't want somebody telling me I can't call
We're making a
them or
mountain.
telling them, do not return the call. And that's what they were told, correct?
I told them that they did not have to answer a phone call.
No, not
from
that
the
they did
No,
not have, they were
no.
told not to call.
You're told not. Get
That's
this
a big
right.
difference.
I'll make the motion that we continue with the way we used to do it. We can contact the staff. I have no problem with staff notifying you of what the issue, but that's my motion.
And I will second that.
Discussion. Tony, is there, just as long as we're staying within, is there any regulations or any risk that we have with the board contacting staff? And is there anything that the board should be doing or not be doing, just so we can make sure we have parameters to act within?
I guess one thing, if you're making a motion for an item that's on the agenda, we need to ask them who wants to speak on that. That's one ancillary. But it's not unusual in county governments and city governments that I've seen in Florida, Southwest Florida, where they have either district manager ordinance, city manager ordinance that says the staff cannot be directed by any of the elected officials to do anything.
But that's,
It's city,
Well,
county,
we're-
don't get apples and oranges, Tony. We're a CDD.
Well,
Don't go down that
The
road.
handbook will need to be updated then, because it says that staff report to me.
I still
And
report
it's
to you
still
results.
to
It's a
you.
big difference
They still
between having
report to you, but
contact
they
and
can answer
communication with
questions
them.
of us. That's all we're asking. That's
so
all. we're asking.
maybe to clear my mind, because when I came and I spoke with you, I thought it was exactly what you say, and I believe face value of it. And again, never once I have directed staff. If anything, I've just bombarded customer service with emails and I just copy everybody because I'm like, here's the blanket. You figure out who gets into it. So if we're not, I guess I need to know, is one or more than one of board members directing staff to do things that are contradicting with their priority list that comes from you?
That's something we need to hear about, right?
That's what I'm not. If
Yeah.
you come to me and say,
That's a
Flavia,
different
yes,
story.
then Flavia, I'm not gonna say, I'm not asking to who. Yes, there is one or more board members that are directing staff to do, either reprioritize items or get stuff done, then the stuff that I need done from them is not getting done because they're doing that. That's a problem. I 100% agree with that. That's a problem. And so I guess that's what I need to do.
As will I, but it's very different. from
That's
not
very
allowed
different.
to
Then,
take
then I
the
will
call.
absolutely, I mean, I would have support you,
It's a
and
different issue.
I would have supported the decision of sending it to you and copying them because I'm going to continue to do that. But if you tell me that we're having that problem, then I'm going to support you even more because that's a totally different problem, but that's not what was expressed to this board yet.
So let's just operate under this condition. One, if at all possible, we should reach out to Chelsea first if there's an answer.
Well, there's a motion on the.
And we're in
the floor.
discussion.
Yeah.
We're in discussion. That we reach out to Chelsea for visibility because that's her job. Her job.
Would you restate the motion, please?
Basically, the motion, Bill, is to go back to the way we were, that board members can, and I would agree, junior staff and certainly hourly employees that have a potential to, one, not know the answer to the question and cause even more trouble, but to have a monetary issue or a problem, that's not good. So I'm talking senior staff. I'm talking our people that we would typically be dealing with. I don't see any problem with talking to them whatsoever. If they feel that it's putting them in a position, then I would think and I would hope that they would go to you immediately and say, somebody's causing me troubles. It's going to cost me money, whatever.
And I think that has, that has been some cases in the past from time to time. But getting back to what I was just trying to say, I think the whole intent of this was to not cut the board off from access to staff. It was a way for Chelsea to help prioritize centralized information flow and not have potential distractions or.
Your verbiage
things
sounds a
like that.
lot more benign than what I took from the
The,
memos.
the first email, I would agree that it was not how I took it. I took it as you do not talk to them. They're not gonna talk to you and that's it. And I'm one that I'm 5 minutes away. You saw it. I drove my car. I'm like, I knock on that door. I don't think I even knocked it. I think I just walked in and I'm like, explain this to me because, sometimes there's tone and passages that that you're interpreting a tone, but there's not. And when you said it to me, I was like, oh, okay. And I didn't even, I'm like, I really thought you're telling me that I can't call a staff. And I took it personal because I just had to reach out to a staff member and they did not reach out, they didn't call me back, which usually in an hour or two they do. So, which actually had nothing to do with it. So,
Well, this is a learning opportunity working between our district leadership and the board, how we operate. It's a new relationship. We'll work through it. But I would make sure that if we're making inquiries to staff, that is inquiries. If it's to anyone other than department heads, the department head needs to be copied on it. Maybe it should go to them first. Just let's act, in our best
Okay.
interest. And we have to refrain from directing staff, or even if we're asking them for information or whatever, they will need to prioritize that. And if they feel
I
like
don't
it's something
disagree
that
with
is
every
scope,
word
we'll
of
go to
that.
their supervisor or to Chelsea. And if there's an issue, we'll get back. But we just need to have a little bit of thicker skin and be flexible. I know what's a priority to us sometimes may not necessarily be the same priority for staff. So let's just operate as a good board. Let's try to work with staff. I think we do that the majority of the time. And I know Chelsea's trying to look out for the best interests of her staff. So I don't think we have to spend much more time on this. If there's an issue, Chelsea, just let us know.
There's a
Are we
motion
gonna
on
vote
the
on a motion?
Yeah, we're gonna vote on the motion.
Well, two things. One is, I suggest to ask if anybody in the audience wants to speak on this topic since it was not an agenda item.
Do we need a motion on this?
Yes.
This was just a direction from
There's a
district
motion and a
manager.
We want to make
second
sure that it's taken care of and it's realized. I want it memorialized.
Well, and I think one other aspect of
But
it, too, Chelsea,
That's very ambiguous, though, the way the motion is. It's basically,
It's very, very clear. We just said what it was. I don't think it's ambiguous at all.
but I think what Doug's saying is like, we're gonna be able to do it anyways. We're gonna still.
We can talk to
Talk to them.
senior staff,
Yeah.
talk to senior staff. And the issue is, we made it clear that if those things that we're worried about happen, then we go from there. But I've not yet heard anything that even implies that what we're worried about has happened. So
Well,
why are
actually,
we
Chelsea, I
doing
hate to
this?
put you on the spot, but you did not give me the answer. And that
What was
speaks
it?
volume to me.
I have had some staff approach me that
Yeah.
they are being called multiple times by board supervisors and that they're expected to, they have to answer. And so,
Is it something that they are
So
responsible
They
for?
get a phone call, they're expected to answer. That's reasonable.
Yeah.
Yes.
from a board supervisor,
Yeah.
which that line can be gray if you're in a staff's position. I've been in that position before at my previous job. And when you have those discussions with a council member or
Chelsea,
commissioner,
that's the answer to that one's easy. They come to you and we identify that problem when it comes.
okay,
We
if
identify
that's
it when
what
it
the board
comes.
but we also have to be willing to say, okay, I've overstepped,
Absolutely,
or,
Doug.
that's
Absolutely.
that's
It's
where the
abused.
rubber hits the road.
If
It's
they're
our
being
ability to
abused, let's bring
retract.
it up and handle it.
Yeah.
I
And that's what
totally agree.
And the trouble is, with the way we have to operate, all this is in the public. So if there's something that comes up, then that discussion's got to be in the public.
Yep.
I can't call Bob, Bob can't call me, I can't call Flavia and discuss any of these things. So it has to happen here.
Well, and that's the
And
problem with,
That's the,
yeah,
that
that's the
is a,
problem I
that's a
have
problem.
if we are to avoid directing staff, because we don't, as individuals, we don't have any authority to direct staff outside of anything that we haven't agreed upon. So it's just trying to put
Yeah,
some
and
some
I'm-
boundaries
I
up.
guess
Yeah,
the thing,
okay.
I haven't heard that anybody directed staff. Mine is a communication.
Yes, asking
I haven't
questions.
asked anybody to do a thing, but I would like to talk.
That's it.
And for the staff to be told not to answer my calls, I find that objectionable.
Well, so let me just throw this out there too. I think if you just randomly calling staff, one, if they see a number, they're probably gonna, if you're in their phone, they're gonna answer, which might take them away from something. Even in today's world, it's really difficult to pick up the phone, call someone, and they're gonna answer. So maybe it's scheduling time to talk. So just be considerate of their time. So if you need,
If
hey,
they call back, I mean, I'm talking
can we
5
schedule
days later. Not
I
getting
know, I'm
a
not talking about that. I'm saying
Okay.
our behavior moving forward.
call. Okay.
What I would probably do is shoot them a text or say, hey, can I get
Well,
10 minutes of
I'm
your
okay
time
with
on
that
this
was-
day instead of calling them
and-
randomly and having them
That's
stop
okay.
what they're doing. You know,
And Doug,
it's just
that
being
was,
considered.
that was the point of the follow-up email was, you know, if you do have anything, please email it and then CC myself. If you have a question to those staff directly, I'm also 90 days into this job. I'm trying to learn as well.
Yeah.
And if there's a lot of historical knowledge on this board, and if you're asking particular questions about historical stuff from staff or, you know, that's a learning curve for myself as well.
I think we're being way critical of this thing. But there's a motion.
Well,
you
they didn't
need-
tell them not to call you, or you didn't call people.
Yeah.
Well, I go through
Okay.
Chelsea.
And you never talked to anybody. Okay,
don't
that's
talk to
fine.
anybody.
That's great.
But don't give me that bull.
Since
Come on.
Chelsea's been on
Don't
board,
even
I
go
don't reach
down
out,
that game,
I don't reach
Doug.
out to staff.
Just pass. Let's have the vote on
Well,
this.
You're trying to say what you know that I do and you don't.
Well, you just said you did. You had
In the
access
past-
to the deal.
In the past, I have
Let's
had to
just
talk
take
to
the
staff.
vote.
Oh,
Let's have
Tony
the
has
vote.
something to say. Does he was
Remember, you
interrupted.
need
I think we've
to
got clarity of this.
Well, you need to give the public an opportunity to comment if
Yeah.
they wish to, because it was not an agenda item. But secondly, to Chelsea's point too, I'll double check the employment manual to make sure there isn't any conflict with what the action being taken and what's in that manual, just to make sure.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Public comments?
just ask the public if anybody wants to
Any
speak on that.
comments from the public?
You should come up to the.
Yes, you can come up to the podium.
Robert Spencer, 11732 Mahogany Run, Fort Myers, Florida. I think you're trying to restrict communications. I've worked with mafia mayors and honest mayors, Republican mayors and Democratic mayors. And as a councilman, if I saw a problem, I'm not going through the mayor's office to get a street cleaned or something like that. On the other hand, if somebody's doing something wrong, I want them to tell me. And we had a police corrupt issue because they came to me and they told me. And that's what you are. You're 5 people that are eyes on the community. She tells them what to do, but you need to be able to talk to them. And if you restrict that flow, you're restricting the service to the people. So be open about things, communicate. What are they going to do? Are they going to be corrupt or is there something under the table or something? Let it come out. But you don't restrict it through one person and cut communication. You have the right to talk to people and they have the right to call you too. And I don't think it should be just the administrative people that answer to her. It should be anybody. Anybody, because that's your job to find out what's going on and react to it. And honestly, God, I'm sitting here an hour. How long are you guys talking about this when it should be common sense? You want us to give you $78,000 million worth of benefits? You got to be open about stuff. That's my whole point earlier. Thank you.
I don't know why you're looking at me. It's not my, I didn't do it. I didn't do it.
So-
Jeez, man.
So okay, go back. I took the first email the same way that Bob took it and the same way that Ed took it. Don't call staff. Staff's not gonna call you. Everything is me. I didn't like it. However, I came here and spoke with her. She clarified. I was like, still gonna bring it up at the meeting. But then when I saw a follow-up email, I'm like, okay, well, she is my district manager. I'll take value. But in the meantime, even prior to that, I said, you want to know? Fine, but that is not going to stop me from including staff. Staff didn't respond to any of my emails. She did. She copied staff on the email. So at least I know it was almost like we both flex because I was able to get, I don't want to be told that I cannot talk to staff. It's something that I don't want.
And that's fine. I mean, there was a policy decision. The board doesn't
Yeah.
agree with it. We've made a
But-
change.
But I think,
now
she-
we move
but
forward.
I think we'd made the change
that's
prior
the
to
way
the meeting.
collaboration
But
works.
Doug, what I'm trying to say is, I think we'd made that change prior to the meeting by the follow-up email from Chelsea. I think she did a good job clarifying,
And
like
that's why I
not
don't think we need
stopping.
a motion. It's just,
So
hey,
that's
moving
what, that's
forward,
why
let's
I'm,
just- let's
if she
operate.
didn't send that second email clarifying what she meant, then I would have go with the motion, but she clarified that is not what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is to learn, and
Chelsea,
again,
I
she's
still
here.
didn't get the call.
Okay, I have a problem with that.
Okay.
I
do too.
absolutely have a
And that's
problem with
why
that.
we got the motion.
Well, and the other issue is that the policy is on the table right now, and we need something to change the policy.
Okay, tell me your motion again, because I forgot.
The motion is essentially to go back what we were used to doing, where we didn't have any problems and any issues whatsoever.
That's what you say.
That's the first time, Well, Bill, can you identify one time that somebody has done something that cost a lot of money? Which was.
I can identify a lot of times when a board member made himself very difficult with some of the staff. And we know, we've been told exactly how the district manager wants to operate, and I think we ought to respond to her request until it's proven that it isn't the way we need to operate.
I'm confused. My deal is, again, simple. I want to just go back to the way it was. I understand the ramifications of some of the issues, but I, as a board member, want to have access to key staff.
Yeah, I think you need to amend your amendment and make sure that's very clear that the board is not to direct staff.
Absolutely.
I don't have a problem
And
with
is there
that.
anything else we need
No,
just to
we're not.
protect
But-
staff?
I think it would be helpful
I'd-
to then rephrase the motion because we've had various iterations of it, sort of paraphrase. So if the motion maker could specifically outline.
Make the motion that we go back to the original way that we were doing it, to where board members can talk to key staff. Key staff cannot give them direction on what they do. Make it that clear.
And we're talking,
But we can communicate with them.
and we're talking, I'm sorry.
Within work hours.
Sure.
No, I don't- when, I don't know anybody, I don't call that any hours afterwards. I got stuff to do.
And I guess for clarification, we're talking key staff, we're talking exempt, not the normal salary.
Yeah,
because any-
no, we're talking key salary employees,
Thank
not,
you.
not,
Okay, because
no, no,
again,
no,
so-
no, not,
because we all
not
know
lower
about the
level
Fair
staff.
Labor
That's
Standards
not
Act.
right. No,
Okay.
no.
Thank
I agree with that. So that's the motion.
Well, we wasted a lot of time on this one.
You agree?
Yeah.
You second, okay.
I guess we have no more discussion. I will call a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
No,
So was that?
That's a
from you?
no for me, no for Bill, with the understanding that the second email goes, that you're not stopping me from talking to staff. I'm still gonna do it.
So basically what we just,
So you're.
We
gonna
don't need a
continue to talk
motion.
to
So
staff.
if someone on staff,
No,
if you want to call somebody on staff, you're happy that they're
Call.
told they can't call you back.
No, that's not what, maybe you have to read your second email.
No,
I-
this is bull.
Because her
These
second-
people are
her-
playing word games here. I guarantee you, I'm going to call staff when I damn well please. It's that simple. That's my right as a board member. And like the gentleman said, I think it's the right of anybody in this community. What are we worried about? This is what's caused this community the trouble. Hide stuff like crazy. And it's gotten us into the point where nobody trusts us. They don't believe us. This has got to come to an end.
What does that tell staff when you're told by your boss, don't talk to a board member?
That's a separate issue. I agree
that's-
with you.
that's the
I
issue
agree
for
with
me.
you.
That
But-
is
well,
the
I-
issue.
That
because
is
I
the
agree
issue.
with you. I would agree with you.
Well, then you.
So maybe we made a mistake and then we're
There was
moving on.
there was an action that was taken that at that time period, it was believed it was the right movement in order to streamline inquiries coming through and centralize it. Now, we've had discussion. That is not the direction of the board. We want to have direct access. The concerns from I would not put words in your mouth, but for Chelsea is to help regulate that information coming through. So we're not saying we're not able to contact staff and that any of that, but in the best interest of the district and from our district manager's perspective is let's streamline that. Let's set some parameters around it so there's some visibility to the district manager. And also it's a way for her to make sure in the future that your inquiries get responded to, but also not distracting staff and taking away from, what their priorities are. So you guys are making this a bigger issue than it is. And maybe Chelsea might have been in the wrong with going that hard of a stance, but let's course correct.
Okay, so we have pulled the deal that staff is not told not to talk to us.
Yeah. I mean,
We pulled that.
Is that what?
That's been
I think
pulled.
you pulled that on the second email. Am I right?
I guess I missed the second email. I got the first one, but I don't know about the
So,
second.
yeah,
one.
so that's why I think the
But we
problem is
have
because
not pulled, we have pulled, so staff will return our calls if we call them. If we don't get them the first.
do you wanna go over,
I'm
read it?
trying to find the email.
I can forward it
So,
to
I
you
mean,
now.
I believe I asked for it in writing and with a CC to myself.
Mhm.
If you had a question or needed something from.
Well, that doesn't answer the question of the call.
So our board
Well,
direction.
What do we
our board-
want,
excuse
what do we want to move
Our board
forward?
direction
You to say
to-
you're sorry for saying that? Because I mean, I feel like that's what I need Chelsea to do, say sorry for directing
No.
staff not to call, because we all agree that that was maybe too harsh and it's not gonna happen again. So if it's a story that we need, I mean, I don't need one, but if, I feel like some of us do, like, we got it. That was the wrong decision. That is not what's gonna happen, period. Right, Chelsea?
Yes,
Okay,
I
thank you,
apologize.
Chelsea.
Okay, so are we good?
I'm good with
Can we
that,
move
because
forward now, please?
what I just heard was if I call somebody, they'll call me back. Is that what I heard?
I prefer it be in writing.
I understand it.
I prefer it be in writing.
But they will be told they can answer.
Yes, I
Thank
will
you.
tell them
Thank
that
you.
they can answer.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't even know where we're at.
I'm hungry.
Any
We run
additional,
administrative.
anything else from administration or any other questions regarding updates, parks, stormwater, utilities? Okay,
Yeah, there
Hold
is
on, I
one.
think I do.
Yeah.
I have a bunch of post-it notes
Yeah,
here, so I'm
there's-
assuming I
I
have
do
stuff,
have-
so just
I
let
do.
me read.
I do have one. It was approached today by the country club. I guess we got a new guy, Public Works.
He'll be starting in September.
Oh, okay, so we gotta wait. I don't know what's going on, but the maintenance of the wetlands is especially 42 and 43. And I brought pictures along to show. It's absolutely pathetic, the lack of maintenance out there. The wetlands, you can't even see the hole. You play golf. Number 6. The golf course architect was there and was absolutely disgusted. She said, "This is not what we designed here." She said, "We were supposed to be able to see the green. Right now, you can't see nothing. The exotics have taken over the wetland." Who's watching this from staff?
Is the wetland different than conservation area?
Same thing. Conservation
Okay,
area,
Well,
it is a
yeah,
wetland.
kind of.
Yeah.
Kind of.
There's a big
No,
big
there-
distinction in my mind.
There's a difference.
That's why I
Wetland is one
wanna
thing,
know.
a conservation area is another.
It's conservation area.
And in this
It is the
instance-
infamous wetland from
That's great.
10 years ago that we had the burn. But here's
Yeah.
the pictures.
There's two.
It's
components.
horrible.
There's two components to that. There's a South Florida Water Management District permit issued many years ago that designated this area as a conservation area under the South Florida permit. And that's what led to the pickle about the wetlands being ruined, and the district paid like $140,000 to remediate, mitigate, and do the whole 9 yards. And as part of that resolution with, I think, the golf course.
Okay, I have a
don't think
question.
the district acquired, there was a conservation easement now over that area. So it's two components, a conservation area under the permit, and there's a conservation easement overlaid on the drainage easement on the golf course.
Well,
That helps.
what it boils down to is in the past, has been a long past, we used to do burns, control burns. That's a part of the.
We
the
missed
deal.
that.
Burns, B-U-R-N-S?
B-U-R-N-S.
Not the fire.
Yeah, you fire. You go in and do a fire. I don't remember the last time we did that. I can't remember. It's probably 12 years.
10 years, I'll say,
10,
yeah.
12 years.
You do know.
The issue is though, the exotics that are in there right now would choke a horse.
So that's the
It's-
thing.
it's
I
horrible,
don't,
and nobody's been in there doing anything.
the only thing is I would like to point out, because I see the cannas there, which they're not considered exotic. I do see the grass, which is also not considered exotic. So unless, this picture's here, I do see exotic. So right here,
I'll tell you what, just go over to 42 and
No,
43
I'm,
and take a look
I
at it.
don't disagree that it's messy looking. However, none of this are exotics. None of this is exotics. This Carrowood here, this is not an exotic.
The alligator flag should not be in there.
That's not an
But
exotic.
it's not an exotic.
It's not
It
an
looks
exotic, but it
messy.
shouldn't be in there.
Okay, then-
That's-
Blocking the view.
So what we
then
need
the
is we need
difference
staff
is-
to take
hold
a
on,
look at
Doug,
that
Doug,
area.
so hold on.
So-
Yeah, well,
This is an aesthetic issue. So I disagree with the comment that's saying who is overseeing the vendor because this is not in compliance, is not, there's exotics. It's messy. But it's not, I mean, there is no exotics here. This one, I do see a bunch of exotics on this one.
I'll tell you
but
what,
This particular one here, if it's a messy thing that we want to clean up, I'm not opposed to it. You
go over there and look, then come back and tell me, but
Yeah, this one is
43,
full of Brazilian peppers. I see it.
43
Well,
and 42, they
I
need
just
to
have
be,
one question.
they need to
Do
be
we-
addressed.
Do we have a contract? for the
Yes.
conservation areas?
Yes, we do.
Yes.
Yes, we do.
I'll go over there tomorrow and take a look.
Okay, and that's all.
Yeah, I'll leave these.
As long as they're in compliance.
It's ugly, but how about this? If they're not in compliance, but could we have them remove it? Because we have money in the budget. Because they're not gonna be exotic, so we're not gonna remove it because they're not exotic, so they're not having crossed the threshold of 85, more than 15%. I'm not opposed of it because we do have the money for it to just
Well,
cut that out.
Flavia, I disagree. I don't care if we have the money or not. If it's in
What's-
compliance with the conservation permit, that's the end of it.
What's always,
Why would we spend money to take care of something we shouldn't be taking care
what's
of?
always happened in the past was the understanding was with prior boards and the staff, was that there would be a line of sight on the golf course. There'd be a line of sight. You can't see now. You can't see nothing.
Well, that's different than,
And that's.
that's
not-
different than
That's the
Non-compliance.
agreement.
compliance to the contract.
Well, I think you will find it blended both.
Okay.
I'm just asking, somebody go look at it because I haven't seen anybody out there looking at it. And if that's
Should be
the job
twice
of
a
the
year.
new Public Works Director, great. I'm hoping that he can get his hands on it and get it taken care of.
Our guy only comes in twice a year for the exotic electric call.
For the removal, yeah. L usually, if nothing has changed, L inspected every quarter because there's so many. And then twice a year, we will.
Twice a year, we pay to have it done.
I don't know if you have any contacts. I know regarding to the burn, I mean, there are areas that could benefit, including the areas that we just talked about, WCI. I know we tried before. The only person that was able to do it ran out of business and so forth. So if you have any contacts that can do that for us, that would be great. Because I know we talked about it in like on 114 over there, it was really bad. So there are multiple areas that could use the.
So you were
the burn.
actually burning conservation areas legally.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It's not only legal, it's required.
if they're full of exotics, the percentage that has,
Okay, if they're
so
full,
that it was,
that's
it
a
was
difference.
a method of,
We have done
in lieu
controlled
of
burns in
spraying,
the community
control
prior
burns.
to. It's been difficult last couple of years to try to find someone. to
Right. I
do
know
it.
Ella was trying earlier this year before the rains came to find someone to do the burns and there's no one around anymore that'll
Yeah.
do them. She even worked with the county and with
And
the
the forestry
college to
and-
try to find it and they couldn't
It
find
all
anyone
goes
to do
by
them.
hand then, and then it gets very expensive. Okay,
Anything else you have for staff?
no, not for staff.
Okay, let's move on to administrative agenda B, the administrative building design task authorization.
Good afternoon, Stephen Agapi, Tetra Tech District Engineer. This task authorization was requested from staff to prepare a proposal to design and take through construction a new admin building at the Fairway Lakes location. I believe that location is
To be determined by the board.
to be determined.
So if you wish to table this item until after you
Yeah.
make the land
Yeah, I think we
acquisition
need to switch
decision.
these items around. So I'm sorry, Stephen, so.
No problem.
Well,
Just-
wait a minute. This is on the building that we were looking at down at Fairway Lakes Office Park.
Yeah,
Can we not just, based upon what we've now found, that the park is open territory, Commons Park?
It could potentially change the design because this design was kind of tailored for that plot of land. So if we change the plot of land, it could.
Well,
potentially change
what
the
I'm saying
design.
is we need a revised
Revised,
preliminary
exactly.
drawing.
Yes.
So you could take that up right now as part of this item and direct Tetra
Yeah,
Tech to
'cause-
do that.
so just,
So, but we need to do this in order. So we need to, in order for to approve this, we need to go to,
You're not going to approve this because this was gauged towards the Fairway Lakes Drive parcel.
okay, so this is specific.
can I just
Totally
clarify
different.
something?
Yeah.
So this proposal was geared around that, but I mean, the architectural, the structural, mechanical, those components of it won't change really. It's maybe some of the site development will change depending on like that specific location, if there's, particular permits over it or zoning changes, but.
Yeah, so
the
what we should
majority of
probably
this
do
is
is,
gonna be
let's
the
go
same.
to the item of the property, past, do it, not past.
But the
go
footprint of
through
the
it.
building is the
And then
building
we
wherever you
come,
put it.
we come back
Yeah,
to
I
this and we
mean,
can amend
yeah.
this.
Okay.
We can
that's
amend
fine.
this agenda item.
Okay.
So if you don't mind, so just give us a couple more
Okay.
minutes. So we're gonna go to,
The next two are his.
oh,
Pole
you just
barn.
wanted- well, let me just go to this one item. Where is it? F? F, yep. So we're gonna just bounce around a little bit, kind of just bear with us. So this is resolution 2022-21, approval of land acquisition. This is the land that we were considering purchasing. You want to just give a quick update on what you've been able to find from a zoning perspective and staff's recommendation?
Yep, so in the agenda item, Tony did a zoning verification letter for the commons. We are able to put an administrative building that is a designated use that is possible for that area. And so that would be staff's recommendation to put the administrative building there.
And along those lines, Doug, the question you raised was included as a question. I don't know if you saw, Chelsea forwarded the zoning verification letter from the county, and they made it clear that the uses on there are all okay, and so it doesn't really adversely affect the 13.2 acres of park required. In fact, the exact language in there, I'll just read it real quickly.
And just to clarify, does that mean additional zoning would not need to take place?
Yeah,
Correct.
here's what it says. I'll read
Okay,
it out.
just to make
Yeah,
sure that was
all
clear for the
permitted
record.
uses for Park District, it said administrative offices, community facilities and services, governmental facilities are permitted uses. Accessory uses, customarily incidental, are also permitted. This includes public meeting rooms, chambers, and operations center. Uses consistent with the Park District will continue to count towards the 13.2 parks acres for Area 6. So that was, it's a 15.57 acre parcel. We wanted to make sure all of these would count, so not be deducted, I'll call it, from the acre.
But the one thing that we need to make sure we're going to authorize a preliminary layout. I was playing with it today. It's going to be complicated. It was where the pool's at and the entrance is at and the gate is at.
Yeah.
It's going to be a lot of changes. One of the first things, and Tony, on this, are we allowed another ingress egress?
Well, that will happen through design, and that's something that.
Well, it makes a big
Tetra Tech might
difference because if you can't, this gets complicated. If you can, then you can move the admin down to the end. But my thoughts are is that admin building is going to be something that's for the community. It ought to be up there on that front.
Yeah.
Not back in the
Well,
back. of the side.
let's
So we need to
address
get-
this, and then as
make
we
sure that we have all
can have
those
a little
things.
bit more conversation with Steve when it comes up. So I think staff's recommendation is to not approve item F.
We walk away.
So we make the motion to not approve the land acquisition in resolution 2022-21.
And
That
Mr. Chairman, I would
Beverly Lakes Office Park.
Correct.
Yeah, and I would suggest that add to that motion, authorize staff to send a termination notice and letter to the sellers within the due diligence period, which expires at 5 PM on Monday, August 22nd.
22nd.
You make that motion?
I'll make that motion.
I'll second it.
Motion, second.
Okay.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. So now coming back, Stephen, to you, I think what we'd like you to do now is to amend this task authorization to adapt it to the Commons Park location with
Okay.
the consideration of
Preliminary layout.
preliminary layout. And you may have to look at some options based on what we might be able to get egresses for placement of that building.
So
Well-
just a scope for preliminary layout.
No.
Well, no, I'd say,
So as part of this proposal, there is preliminary design. We would bring back at each
Phase.
phase, the preliminary design, it comes back to the board for your input and review. Part of doing the due diligence with this parcel would be having a pre-application meeting with Lee County, looking at their rules and building codes and zoning regulations,
Setbacks.
setbacks, access points, et cetera. And then again, at each phase, we would bring back that percentage design for the board input and public input and review.
Okay.
everybody good?
Yep.
Mr. Chairman,
Sir,
while I want to be supportive, I think, number one, that we need to decide what engineer we're going to be working with. And number two, exactly what needs to be done initially. Some rough drawings and some test borings of the land, for instance, should not cost us anywhere near $400,000.
Oh, no, we're talking about preliminary.
yeah,
Are
Say again?
we gonna go
We're-
that high?
I'm looking at not preliminary design, I'm looking at preliminary planning right now, just to get some ideas of maybe 2 or 3 site layouts based upon what you have when you have a meeting with the county. Then going to the public, then selecting one, and then going to design. Why would you do a design on a site that you might have 90% of the public thinks crazy? You do the preliminary layout first. And that requires, like you said, going to the county and talking to them.
Have we decided what engineer we're going to be working with?
and Tetra Tech is working with staff, and based on some previous requirements and kind of what we need, and we'll have an opportunity, to also provide our input on, what we think that's going to be. But I think staff has a good understanding of what they need in an administrative building, what the community might need. To Ed's point, we would need to look at some options, go through the go through the phases like we
Right.
need to go through. But this puts us in a better position because,
Yeah, I think what you're talking, Doug, is phases 1, 2, and 3
Right.
are what I'm contemplating as being the limit of the work right now.
That's $17,000
Yeah,
that's
approximately.
correct. Yeah,
1, 2, and 3 are fine.
yes,
Yeah,
sir.
We
that's
shouldn't,
all.
we shouldn't be
That's
going any
So-
further than that at this time.
Yes, I think we
I
agree.
agree.
So
You want a motion?
I want a motion to amend B, to direct Tetra Tech to go through task items 1, 2, and 3 as it relates to the new facility design on the Commons Park area.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion is second. Any additional discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Perfect. Thank you. And then Stephen, you've got, are you doing the other C and D?
Yeah, I've got 2 more.
Okay, yeah, why don't you go ahead and
Okay, this is
Hold on.
item C, pole barn design task authorization, 2022-5. We were asked by staff to prepare a task authorization for design through construction of a pre-engineered metal building that would be located about 100 feet that way. So on this site
I was
here.
literally So you're looking at
See,
something on the
that's a
screen that
minute.
I'm not looking
Yeah.
at, because I'm like, what
So
are we gonna
it'll
put
be
it?
on this property location, and the purpose of the building will, be for storage. There
For
won't
the
be any finished
Utilities.
utility storage. So it won't be, there won't be any offices or utilities inside of it. It's just a basic building.
Wait a minute. I thought we talked about this. It's not utility storage.
No. So as part of the budget in this fiscal year, under the Utilities Enterprise Fund, there was $150,000 allocated for a storage building. At the last meeting, the board approved to reallocate some of that money to purchase a utility truck. The remainder would be to utilize for this design and scope of the pole barn, which is still needed by the utilities department here on site.
Okay, well, the reason I want to make sure is because we're doing the CIP modification and the bond validation. If it's got any utilities in there, I'm sorry,
It can't have utilities in the CIP for the bond because the bond, anything for utilities is funded using the water bill revenue. The general fund is funded by the bond.
I understand that. My point is that the total cost of the building is currently in the CIP and in the bond validation. If there's going to be, that's the $1,035,000 that I've asked about.
It's a different storage.
This
Yeah, I was
is a
gonna say-
different
yeah, I
storage
was gonna
building?
say this
They
is
just both
different.
happen to be 3,000 square feet?
Yeah.
Oh,
And so let's
that
just make sure,
clarifies that.
let's make
Okay.
sure we're very clear on that. So there is,
Yeah, but I
there's
didn't realize there were two 3,000
Yeah,
square
right.
foot buildings.
well, let's just be very clear. There's equipment storage, vehicles, utility, or pumps, whatever. And then there is utility component. I don't know how else to describe
Yeah,
it.
the small stuff.
You have general fund storage and you have utility storage. What this is for utility fund storage here on site. You'll notice outside we have 3
No problem.
shipping containers worth of storage that we
So
would
maybe
be
No
when you
AC,
and I
no
were
nothing.
talking,
I
when we were
got
talking about the doors, I didn't understand that this was for component storage, not for vehicle and,
Yeah.
and large
Yeah.
equipment storage.
And the stuff laying out in the yard too.
Right, yeah.
so.
This is enterprise storage.
Yeah.
Yes.
Correct.
Okay.
No problem.
This should be put off until the arrangement that we just voted on is finished.
What are you talking about?
None of that will go there.
What are we talking about?
About the park, the administration building, but none of this stuff that we're
None of
talking
this is
about, nothing's
up
going there. Everything's staying here.
This is
So it's-
apples and oranges.
Yeah, I agree with that.
This is a totally different deal, Bill. This is a storage building for the enterprise fund here on site. Doesn't have anything to do with the admin.
I understand what you're saying, and I think you're probably right, but until we get the admin building laid out and some other things, spending 87,000 or 50 or 60 is, I think, just ridiculous.
If you look at, I read it because I was in shock that we found out that we can use that space up there, but it sure as hell didn't say anything about storage buildings on the
No,
exemption.
I
So we
don't think
can't,
you'd want that up there anyway.
Yeah.
hell no, you wouldn't want that up there. So to me, it's this apples and oranges. I see
I
nothing.
agree.
We've got a problem with stuff sitting outside and it's ridiculous.
Or in
And we need to
containers
fix it.
that-
And people don't understand it as Mr. Spencer indicated, and we're trying to explain to people. I don't know any business or any utility you go to and see that kind of stunt done. It's stupid. You don't do it. you house this stuff. I totally say, let's move ahead with this and get that stuff protected as quick as we can.
So do we have a motion to approve item C?
I'll make that motion.
And I'll second your motion.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, no.
Opposed? No. Okay. And then the item D, ponds facility plan, task authorization 2022-14.
Right. So this task authorization was requested by the Board of Supervisors 2 meetings ago when we presented the repriority list for the lakes. This facilities plan would address all of the lakes that were identified at that time in phases 1 through 3, amended to include those 2 lakes that got moved up. Those lakes are labeled here in the second paragraph of the background. So this will be for that facilities plan that was requested.
Yeah, I noticed on here, Stephen, they got 5,725 feet if adjacent to golf courses.
Yes.
What does that mean? That mean we're going to remediate those?
So at the time of when we were reprioritizing, we were told to look at all of the lake bank, not just behind residential. So all of the lake bank.
We're going to be spending money
We would be spending money on those.
to
And
remediate a golf course.
Bob, you got to go back
The
to the
lake
June
bank.
meeting, those red, and yellow and
Orange.
orange colors. We took those and used them in the CIP to estimate the cost going forward based
Yes.
upon more money per foot on the red than on the yellow or the orange.
right.
And that's how we came up with that. But these are phases, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, that takes us the next 6 years to finalizes out about the last 36 ponds, 6 to 7 ponds a year.
I guess my basic problem is I'm not sure why I'm spending district money on a golf course.
Because we have to.
Well, there's where we have our own basic disagreement.
Yeah.
If the slope, if the
South Florida
escarpment,
Water Management District.
I don't want to hear all that BS. If the slope is bad, then you send in a grader and you flatten it out.
Oh,
Move
that
on.
might, some of them could be that simple.
Well,
Some of them could be
then
that simple.
I'm not going to be spending good money to do it. That's
I
the
don't know.
issue.
We're not that far yet. I think.
We haven't
I think
got that far.
I think
Well, if we're putting it in here and saying, then we're committing to doing, it says gold course, but I assume that was
Yeah,
golf. But I
Danny's
feel
not
like
good
it's a
at-
gold course.
We have a gold tee.
Yeah, I live there. Just on our personal experience at Pelican, we have not done that.
But
We haven't
what we're
spent a
doing is
nickel.
we're not doing the construction. We're not doing the design. We're doing the preliminary to determine what the design is going to be.
It's still going to cost me money.
Well,
Yeah.
somebody's
If
gotta
we're
do
looking
the
at the golf
engineering.
course, I'm saying
Somebody's gotta do
we still-
somebody's got to do the engineering.
We still own the ponds and we've got to.
Yeah,
Yeah.
somebody's
Now,
got to do the
I
engineering.
think where we agree is how much effort do we put on the golf side versus maybe
Correct.
resident side.
Yes.
But I think that at
they'll
its
be
core,
different. Yeah.
at its core, there are significant problems that
shouldn't-
cause risk
Okay,
that does
okay.
fall within our jurisdiction.
All right, and the same comment applies to the border roads. You know, we don't need to build a Cadillacs and Taj Mahals when it's only on a road,
Very well.
just so
could happen.
some
Mhm.
child doesn't roll in. And adjacent to commercial property, if the commercial property don't like it, let them fix it. But,
And I think we have that precedent.
okay,
Like we've done it in Stony
Yeah,
Brook.
we-
We didn't address.
We
the
did
roadside.
we did that also in Timber Ridge. So
Yeah.
we start
The
actually I
precedent's
think
there.
you know, here's where I go back to Robert's comment, Robert Spencer. $80 million just still kills me, but okay.
That,
We're only looking at now to look at. We're
that's correct.
spending this
This-
money to look at.
Yeah.
This will get you a facilities plan and lay
Okay.
out the approved
It's
methods
75
of
grade.
repair that the FTP will approve, and that will allow you to go after design and construction money if you
All
so
right,
desire.
I'll save my argument for that.
Thank you.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
I'll second.
I have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Hi.
Hi.
Aye.
Any
No.
opposed? One opposed. Okay.
I know, I hear.
Item E, the RFQ for district engineering services.
Oh, here's gonna be a good one.
So this item is a result of the current district engineers services. The contract expires the end of September. So in anticipating that, we bid it out via RFQ. And we had a selection advisory committee comprised of staff. And we received 2 submittals, one from AECom Technical Services, Inc. and one from Tetra Tech, Inc. It is the selection advisory committee's recommendation to move forward with AECom Technical Services, Inc. As the district engineer. And I'll leave it at that.
Cost entry into this, what are the costs between the two?
You don't negotiate.
Using the CCNA or Competitive Consultants Negotiation Act process, you rank the proposers and then you authorize staff and or management and or chair to negotiate a contract with the top ranked firm. If those negotiations are unacceptable or don't result in an agreement.
So it's cost neutral.
compensation,
It's cost neutral.
That's when the cost comes in, compensation comes in. Then you go to the next.
It's
ranked
cost
firm.
neutral from the first,
From this state.
from the first
At this
phase.
state.
Yeah.
Questions?
Yes. Or comments, whatever.
Probably both. I've got a point system here. I don't know where this came from. I wasn't aware that who was going to be on this team of selection. And it's quite obvious that they've never done this before. One of your questions, experience doing this type of work. Who did they talk to at AECom and interview?
It was as provided as part of the submittal. So
I
whatever
didn't
you,
ask that. I said, who did they talk to? Did they talk to the references of other communities on their work product and deliverables and all that?
the selection advisory committee is under the cone of silence and cannot talk to the submitters unless they're provided.
How then can you rate and score points on something you don't know what you're doing? Chelsea, you don't do business this way. I move that this whole thing be thrown out. This is a joke. I've been looking at this for the last week and I've never been so mad in my life. This is a farce. It's an absolute farce. When you're doing a comparison of communities or engineers, the first thing you got, if one of your questions is deliverables and one has worked for you, well, then I have no problem with staff and answering that question because they have knowledge. But when you're bringing in somebody from outside, the way you learn that knowledge is you call the references. If the staff didn't call any references on these, how did they assign points? That's what, they got a Ouija board?
Typically what will happen is other third parties are, if references are listed, usually they are contacted. I mean, I don't know if they were or not. That's not, in my opinion, breaching the cone of silence because it's not the vendor communicating, it's the staff communicating with the references that are provided.
Well, all of the questions, Tony, required contact with the references to be able to at least get that side of the story. I've never seen anything like this done before.
Well,
and the other one is I've never seen anybody that was put on to a committee and, nothing against the three that's on that, but I think this is above the pay grade.
So who would you recommend review that?
The board.
Okay, and if that's what
The
the board
board.
wishes.
But
then
at
the
this
board
point in
can-
time, I think you've tainted the process royally.
No, the typical process is that there is a reference or selection committee that does review and screen it, makes recommendations to the board. That's the typical process. Typically, the governing body is not the initial reviewing entity.
Tony, we got to do our due diligence.
No,
But I have
I'm not saying that you don't do the due diligence, but you have the submittals. The board can ask for all the submittals. The board can look at the RFQ and see how they will respond to the entire package. That can be in there as well as
My point is right now,
and any matrix that was used that resulted in the points. I didn't see the matrix.
my point is that
But
this
there's usually a
system,
matrix and the board can see that, and that's how the board can evaluate whether they agree with the rankings or not.
well, it's not only that, Tony, I totally disagree with the process.
Well,
You don't do it this
As a
way.
board, let's help guide that.
yeah.
I
Instead
would
of-
like
instead of-
to, but
instead of-
nobody asked us any
Instead of
questions.
stepping on everything that staff has done, and we've known this is coming for quite some time, let's take a step back. Let's be good advocates of our governing body and give them direction on maybe what we should be doing. How do we change it? Let's be part of the
So,
solution.
Being the
instead of-
only professional engineer on the board, I would have thought that perhaps maybe somebody would have called and said, hey, what's your thought on this? Nobody called me. Nobody
Okay,
said a word.
so let's start with this. I have a question for Tony. So doesn't the board have to create an advisory committee? Or I don't think staff could just create one because if you're the selection advisory committee ranked it. We have to establish such a committee, and I think I would agree with that I don't know who was part of it, who was not. I think if it would be much more clear if there was a staff came to us and say, look, we need to put an advisory committee together, and not even ask us feedback, but this is the person, that's the person, and that's the person. We would have given feedback anyways. So I have a problem with that. And I believe that we as the board, for everything else that we have done, establish the committee.
Typically with request for proposals, bid competitive solicitation processes, typically it is the management that establishes and sets out the committee that's going to review the submittals and provide the rankings. Typically, that's not a board function. I've seen.
Well, they've got to have, if they have knowledge, Tony, I totally agree with you, but they don't have knowledge.
The difference in these rankings is 2.5%. If they're
That's
gonna be that close, then you gotta have the two engineering firms come in and be interviewed by the board.
Yeah,
So Bill, that's a good point. And I think what I would want to look at is, one, what is our direction as a board for engineering in the future? Do we want, because we have AECom in as a secondary or a supplemental engineering company. And I don't have any problem with diversifying that. But I think we need to figure out what are we looking for?
Well, I think you, first of all, go read the statute, but I think it requires us to have a district engineer.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
And so we
But
have.
it doesn't say that we
Yes,
can
it does.
secondary, or we split the work,
The task,
maybe
the work.
70-30 or 60. I
Yeah,
don't know.
well,
I'm just
I've spent a lot of time researching this and the proposal. Is everybody aware here that the firm we're hiring is proposing to do, in my estimate, sub out 75% of the work here because they don't have the credentials to do it themselves in-house. 75%. They gave us, read the deal. I've read it upside, inside, out, upside down. I'm telling you, it's my business. I know this stuff. These guys are coming in, they're going to be, and they use the term, we're going to be the lead engineer. They're subbing the work out to other firms. I'm not buying that. The predominance of our work, and you all know it, is utilities and stormwater management. They give you 9 references. Not one is on utilities and stormwater management. Hell, if we were going to be building an extension to the runway over there at RSW, I'd tell you, I'd be looking at this company. They know what they're doing. We're not building an airport. If we were building a road or a major highway, I'd be looking at this company. We aren't building one. My point is that their contract, their proposal is not on point,
And
period.
may I intervene? That is the beauty of this board and the selection advisory committee, it was a recommendation. If the board chooses to rebid it, we can rebid it if that's what the board chooses, or to not approve any of this, and we'll have to figure out a way through CCNA and the attorney to address.
Chelsea, if you went out and did an RFP, you've got an RFQ, and you only got 2 back. I think going the other route is a waste of time. And my deal is that my motion is that we stay with the engineer we've got and end this nonsense. Because right now we have got truly a tainted process. It's tainted. I can give you 4 questions to ask, and those 4 questions would have flip-flopped the responses here.
Well,
One of them would be is show me the work you've done.
The difference in the point is to
It's
Bill's point.
ridiculous.
It's
ridiculous.
insignificant.
They're both good firms.
It is.
They both have good reputations.
They're both good firms. They're both, reputable in what they do. I take the devil that I know versus the devil I don't know. There's a heck of a lot of ingrained history in our dealings with Tetra Tech. Yeah. And I don't, unless there was some kind of a gross problem that would cause me to change, I see no reason to change.
I mean, what my position would be,
point.
and I kind of agree, there's a lot of historical knowledge, and I think we've got a good relationship, but I don't have any problem with maintaining a relationship with AECom like we have today as a secondary vendor, because I know Tetra Tech's a big company.
I'm comfortable with that, yeah.
There might be
very
times
comfortable with
where
that, Doug.
we go to, Tetra Tech and say, hey, we've got this project, can you do it within this time period and within this cost? And they might come back and say, the scope of work, I can't, it might be 6 months before we can get to it. Okay, great. If there's a sense of urgency, then we've got a secondary to go to.
And they've never
we also
shirked from
continue
doing
to establish our relationship and rapport with another,
But
engineering
we've been doing that with Home Montes on at least 2 different projects. you just told me something that just absolutely shocks me to death. When did we hire AECOM to do anything? I don't know where we hired AECOM to do anything.
Back in May.
What did they hire? What did we do?
Some construction. inspection.
Construction inspection.
I think it's half of
So, I mean,
$30,000.
Construction.
Okay.
That's.
We don't need to waste a
That
lot
means
of time
nothing.
on this.
That's not an engineering service.
No, what I'm saying is, I don't see a
Yeah.
problem with having
No, I mean,
backups or secondary.
and having a secondary, I have no problem,
Yeah.
but the district engineer, to me, should be the firm that does the work that we routinely do. And our routine work has been, and always will be water, sewer, irrigation, and stormwater management.
So,
I
It's that
appreciate,
simple.
I appreciate the work was done, but I'll make a motion. We continue with that.
And I
I'll
will
second
second that.
motion.
I think that the action needs to be taken by the board because under the Competitive Consultants Negotiation Act, the process is the board has to select an order of preference the firm deemed to be the most highly qualified to perform the required services. So the board needs to first make that determination. And then the board, or the agency, shall negotiate a contract with the most qualified firm for professional services, the compensation which the agency determines is fair, competitive, and reasonable. So if any motions to be made, I would suggest two things. One is that if that's going to be the motion, that the motion be that the motion would be to provide an order of preference that Tetra Tech be number one and AECOM number two, and then authorize staff to negotiate a contract with Tetra Tech.
I so move.
I second.
Okay, any further discussion on that?
I just want to clarify that this is the typical process that I've done for the past 5 years with the town of Fort Myers Beach. And this, like Tony alluded, this is typically done everywhere. Again, these are recommendations that come from staff and the board has the final decision and you guys have so chosen to do that today.
Well, and I think, well, let's vote this and then I'll make a comment after that. So I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I think what we have an opportunity, maybe even in our board advance, to talk through process and moving forward, RFPs, bid process, that kind of stuff, because we're still building our relationship and there's going to be experience that, Chelsea, you're bringing in that's going to add great value. Other, we'll have to kind of work together in order to come up with best practices and those types of things. So I would just encourage us to provide positive input to staff and direction.
And I want to make one thing clear. There's nothing wrong with the process you had.
Yeah.
It's the method that it was done.
I'm glad you did it.
The questions, when you're doing engineers, and same thing with attorneys, the thing is to be able to answer a question and provide points that are essential. They have to be meaningful. And I don't know how any of our staff, especially the three that were selected on the committee, could know about AECOM and their ability for deliverables or any of these other things when they don't know the firm. How do you do that? If I'm an engineer, I'm going to kind of somewhat take offense to that.
Well,
that's a slap in the face.
You base it on their submittal, and then if the committee as a whole wants to bring them and invite them in for dog and pony show presentation to inquire, the committee can so do. But
Let's,
so
I
what-
appreciate staff's work on it.
next steps. So what we'll do is we'll negotiate with Tetra Tech, and then at your September, hopefully we can come to terms, and at your September 1st board meeting, we can bring back a contract for your approval for, as stated in the RFQ, 3 years with 2 1-year renewals.
And what I would do, once we kind of go through that, is I would still like to continue a relationship with AECOM.
Or whoever they feel appropriate.
Well, that was a motion anyways.
If we've got something that they do that Tetra Tech does not do,
Or Tetra
and
Tech
or
doesn't have the
Tetra
capacity
Tech
to do
does
it.
not have the capacity to do, I don't have a problem with that. Whether it's AECOM or the experience we've had with Holmontes.
Yeah.
Holmontes. I have no problem with that.
Yeah. Okay, great. So let's move on to G Resolution 2022-24, Pelican Preserve emergency spending.
Tony, you want to touch on this one?
I'm looking for my tabs.
Oh,
I'm old fashioned. Sorry. I'm clicking at my tab.
If it's electronic, you're not old fashioned.
Yeah, this was a conversation, I think we have, that in different terms, at times, it may be necessary for certain expenditures to be made without coming before the board, before PPAC as a whole. And so this authorizes the chair of PPAC or the vice chair with the prior written approval of the district manager in the event of bona fide emergencies to approve non-continuing agreements. So this takes care of in between committee meetings and in between board meetings. And so this is recommended, I believe, by Phil as chairman and also by Chelsea to provide that authorization.
Bob, how are you on that?
Perfect.
You
No
like
problem.
motion?
I'll make the motion.
I'll
Accept
second
it.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Yeah, and by the way, this goes along with my advice and guidance to my boards. I represent that the district manager is responsible for operating and maintaining all district facilities. So in the event of any exigent circumstances or emergency, in my opinion, I've been very liberal about saying the manager has an incredible amount of discretion and a lot of times coordinate with the chair to authorize contracts, expenditures, and items such as that. So this sort
This
of
30,000 is well below Chelsea's.
Yeah, this,
authorized.
this codifies it,
Same.
but at times during
Oh,
hurricane season, at times it gets even bigger.
I agree.
30. District manager only has
Oh.
30.
Okay, moving on
You didn't
to
know that, Bob?
I thought it was 50
item
or
H.
90.
I thought you,
Should be.
Yeah.
I thought we raised it to 50.
That's what I
Because it used
thought.
to be 35, I believe.
It was 10 and you raised it to 30.
I think she's right.
Yeah.
I think she's
Yes,
right.
it was 7,500.
Maybe
for
you
business
asked for 50
manager.
and we said 35.
Yes, that's where you settled.
I think that's what it was. You asked for 50, you're like, nah, 35,
We
no,
save
okay.
money.
I don't see any reason.
Either do I.
Yeah, I mean, if it's been approved. Okay, so moving to item H, resolution 2022-26, delegation of authorities to district manager.
Yeah, this falls along the lines of what sort of just mentioned about in case of emergencies, there is no cap on this with regards to the ability of the district manager and her role as against protecting district assets and ensuring their safety, and also in the case of a valid public emergencies certified by the manager to the board, the manager's got the ability to enter into all kinds of contracts. By way of example, if there's a need to hire a service that has bobcats or backhoes or large equipment to take debris off the roads or off district facilities, this is there. Or to order 4 satellite radios or.
How did we do
telephones.
this before?
I think it was pretty relatively casual. I don't think it was for. I
Did we
don't
even
think,
have it?
I think it was implied. I don't think it was formalized.
More ad hoc.
And while we're doing this,
And so,
go ahead, Tony.
no, and so this is, this serves well. It served one of my other districts really well during Irma, where the district manager ordered a ton of supplies for staff.
You get
Signed up for
Yeah,
contractors.
you've got to be able to do that stuff.
Yeah, so that's what this does, this codifies. And again, it gets validated at the next board meeting, the manager brings it to you and says, here's what I did. And this also helps in the FEMA, from a FEMA recovery, reimbursement perspective, the process of the manager having the emergency authority, reporting back to the board and getting it ratified. Because FEMA wants to see that delegation also.
And can we use this as maybe an opportunity to go back to what we were talking about a few minutes ago? I mean, if an item is budget approved and it's on the priority list, I mean, 25,000 is such a small amount, I think, for the district manager to have approval for. Is there any interest in upping that number if the item
Doug,
is
Doug,
budgeted and
Doug,
approved?
if I may, in the past, the board has not restricted the district manager to $30,000 if they are purchasing something on an approved line item, because the board already approved the district manager to spend those funds on that item. This would be for something outside of that.
No, I understand that. I'm just saying, thanks for that clarity. So what we're saying, is there any cap or restriction on what the district manager can approve from a dollar amount if that item is approved and prioritized? Is there any cap on it? Okay,
no.
so we don't have to worry about, okay, I just want to make sure your hands weren't tied on just getting approval for stuff that we've already approved and budgeted and
But to your
prioritized.
point, like an event like Irma, where the particular steps that you have to go through to qualify for FEMA reimbursement, I would not want to ever see that the staff couldn't commit funds
Yeah.
for that.
You don't want to have your hands tied
Yeah,
on
well,
that.
and
Right,
and
that's what I
the
mean. We-
ability to even get communication established or to go through it could be
Mhm.
almost impossible. So, okay, I just want,
Because we got burned on that, so maybe if we need to take it to 50,000 for something like that, I'd be okay with that.
with the amount.
Once again, this resolution, there's no cap.
There's no cap.
Okay, all right,
I
fine.
threw in the others.
I'm okay.
I muddied the water and I apologize for
Okay.
that. Okay, so can I get a motion to approve? a
I'll make the
resolution?
motion.
Okay,
I'll second.
It's 2022-26 for the record.
yes, 22-26. I will call the vote. All in favor?
All right.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you very much. And we have already gone through I and J.
I think we have one that I thought was coming on the agenda. Tetra Tech's contract amendment for the CIP. I know we gave you the authority to do it, but we haven't done it yet, have we?
No.
What do we need to do that? Because that CIP is in hold.
I think that'll come, if we can bring that up under, if you want to bring it up now under the district engineers updates and management updates, or
What, I didn't know you were bringing it up, so that's why I brought it up.
I,
was gonna bring those on 9B.
Okay, okay.
So
Jump the gun.
you want to quickly go to the future board business, so the agenda management. So just, you guys have insight on this. This is what's coming.
so I want to point out on this, part of this whole Pelican Preserve access road that you were asking about earlier, Mr. Geppert, you guys jumped a big hurdle today by approving the WCI conveyance of those parcels. Next steps, what we're doing is, as I said earlier, we're working with FPL on that consent agreement and finding out the status of that. Once that's done, the engineer, we're working on making sure we have updated quotes, because when we originally got quotes for the work, it was in May. So we want to make sure the vendors are, their numbers are accurate. We are planning on bringing back the fence and then a separate contract for the actual pavement and asphalt work to the September 1st meeting. Once that gets approved, those get approved, the contractors would have to apply for right-of-way permits. No work could occur until we get that FPL consent agreement, but we're a lot closer than we were a month ago.
And one thing to make sure that it doesn't drop back, unless you all come up with something that's absolutely ridiculous. Don't let this exotic deal stand in the way. As far as I'm doing, let's get this thing and get it accepted. We've sat there and watched that weed infested mess for the last 30 years. What's going to change?
Well, Lennar's not going to make it better.
Well, and the other one is, I think we heard right from the horse's mouth. They ain't gonna pick up the phone.
Lennar's not going
So
to.
let's just get this thing done.
I agree. So any input on the agenda? President's Council meeting, George is working through dates on that. So more to come on that.
One more part on the agenda item, I'm sorry. So the street lighting update, we are working with FPL. They're doing a lot of due diligence and looking at what's out there, getting boots on the ground. So we plan on, from your previous lighting workshop, they do plan on coming back the first meeting in October and kind of giving a synopsis of their findings and a better plan and proposal to the board.
And I don't know if, I don't know, are they taking inventory of all of Gateway? Or just Griffin?
Yes,
and
they're doing
Gateway?
everything. They realize they got some.
In the HOAs as well? Or just within our property?
Just
No, they're
district
going in the
assets.
HOAs where we have lights
like
that we've
Stony Brook.
accepted.
Okay.
Gateway Greens
And the reason,
only.
that's the reason why I asked, is one of the board members had reached out on one of the social media and he was making a count of streetlights. So maybe we could reach out to Stony Brook just to see, hey, is there,
Well, we did.
we're not duplicating it.
We did
You
Stony
went
Brook.
yesterday, right?
But yeah, well, there's an issue there. Chelsea knew about it, but I don't know how many people that here knew about it. Is that there's 153 lights up there and we're paying whoever did this and whoever set it up, probably Lennar, that we're paying not only the energy fee, we're paying the maintenance fee. And Warren and I drove around
Both?
and,
Both?
both.
You mean both?
The
Like
extra
two-
$7.50, $18.25 per light per month. And you go up there and look at those lights, and my deal is that it challenges your idea and definition of the term maintenance. There isn't any. They haven't done nothing. Some of those lights up there look like they came over on the Mayflower. They're horrible.
Well,
They should be fixing those.
to be fair, FPL responds when they're told to respond.
Yeah.
Well, I don't think anybody up there knew they had a maintenance contract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All of these nuances are coming to light with this
Which
in-depth
is great.
analysis of this.
And Pelican
Do you know-
Preserve's the same way. All
Yeah.
of your lights are under
Right.
maintenance.
Just real quick, do you know why?
Go ahead,
JT
to
was
the mic.
asking for, he was
I go
doing a
ahead.
count of the lights. Was this, has something to do with all this?
Yes,
Okay,
yeah,
all
I
right.
did, yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Sorry.
Well, I mean, I just, you,
Just to clarify the maintenance.
Yeah.
The residents knew they could call FPL and report an outage. It was strictly the lights. They didn't know anything about painting the poles and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I want to clarify this because that happened, Magnolia. That is not maintenance.
Cosmetic.
it's cosmetic. So if your expectation is that it's gonna look pretty, that's not what it is. Because we had different types of poles. So we had the fiberglass black pole, which we
What
had
they
some
got.
mold.
That's what you
Oh,
got.
is that what you got?
Yeah.
Have some have a little bit of mold, they're growing, and some they turned gray. So we called and they came in and they inspected with, a week or so, and they say they were structurally sound. We're not painting them, that's cosmetic. So we asked, well, can we paint it? And they're like, nope, we can't touch it. So we even offered to do it. But so if you're expecting that to be maintenance, that is not. Maintenance is light bulbs, the lights are on, the lights are flickering, the lights are aiming a certain way, they need to be blocked.
So if you wanted,
That's maintenance.
if you wanted any type of that, you'd have to purchase a new pole or.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh,
If
just
you've
break
got
it.
If you've got the pole and it's under
Yeah.
their jurisdiction and their ownership.
No, I mean, if you're leasing that, you guys,
I'm leasing.
you're leasing.
Mhm.
Let's say after a certain amount of years, it starts to discolor.
It's,
You're on your own, so
If
you
you're on
can,
your own now, you'd have to pay for it?
Yep.
Or,
it's not an
Or
item
maybe
that
someone-
is not an item that is required. It's under a maintenance. It just looks ugly.
and
But
the
it's
only reason I
functional
ask is
and it's
if we were
structured.
thinking about this deal,
Yeah,
you
we
know,
can add that to it.
hopefully
Like,
we would have lighting for a
Well,
long
well,
period of
well,
time
you're-
at some point.
the issue you guys need to be looking at is that right now, because you're doing the same contract we just finished doing. That contract, in my opinion, probably is not going to talk about the pole. They're only going to go up to the fixture and change the fixture to put the LED light in it.
Mhm.
If they are going to have to remove the pole,
Good news, bad news,
I
good
think the
news.
way I read the agreement that you've got, I don't think they're going to do it for that price.
Yeah, okay,
I
all
don't
right.
think so.
So that's fine. Well, I just want to make sure that if there was something that JT or the.
But the count we now have pretty.
Anything else under,
Well, on the
so we
lighting.
reach out to Pelican that
Yeah,
has some.
On the lighting, a comment.
yes, sir.
A number of years ago, probably 4 or 5, we converted to LED. We being P-PAC. And we sat there thinking that meant we got the break. One of the things that I have learned recently in this discussion is that buying the LEDs and having them installed is done by the right arm. But the left arm that does the billing never changes the billing unless you specifically tell them.
You have to send.
You
the
have to tell them,
certification.
and
Yes.
I don't believe we've ever done that, Bill.
We didn't do it either.
Because
and
we didn't know it.
It took us 5 years
And
to
that's
find
one
that
of
out.
the, I've got conversations
No, I
going
gotta
with
check
Charlotte
mine.
to identify exactly which poles and how many and when we put them in.
Well, let's make sure we make
Yes,
note of
and
that.
because,
So-
and they're going to also want a copy of the invoice, which I had to go back and get from 5 years ago.
We can get that.
A
We
copy of the invoice from the firm that did the installation, and then they'll switch. Like I said, we got a
And even give you
$9,000
credit.
But that's only if you had a separate vendor do it. So like I had FPL switch to
yeah,
LED,
yeah.
so I didn't have to do
Yeah, I
anything.
believe we had a separate vendor. do it.
Yeah,
We
okay.
got a separate-
Okay, and just real quick under the management update, I hope everyone had a chance to read the capital reserve study from 2010 that Chelsea sent out. I think it was.
Yes,
I didn't read it in
Yes.
detail, but I'm aware of it.
It was pretty,
it's an eye opener.
I mean,
We're
the things that-
underfunding.
But the
the
thing,
items that we have, a lot of them that are slated for 23, 2024, we have in our plan. And a lot of the items that we do should have been done 2017 to date. So it was,
should
I'm
post
glad
that
you ran
on-
across it because it kind of validates the items that we have. And
the
gives us
one thing
direction.
they didn't do, and they made a reference to HOA stuff, and then we're not an HOA, but the issue is, the ones I'm familiar with seeing is they'll start with the beginning budget. Like with us, we have like 3 million, $3.5 million bucks. Then they show contributions in, expenditures out, up, down, such that it never goes red. You can't by definition allow it to go red. They somewhat got around that by giving you a chart of from 2010 all the way out. I think it went about 30, 35 years.
Yeah.
You saw what the contributions were, $750,000.
Well, you saw
in those later
contributions and
years.
expenditures in 2024 and 2022 and 2024 or
Yeah,
2024.
well, the key is
were
that
huge.
the key is you've got to have the dates, the expenditures to mean anything, to be accurate.
Yeah.
If you're putting in $3 million in 2024 and it's a wish item, then you're going to get bad data back. But if you're very honest on the dates and you come back, it'll tell you what you need to have is money. And you can always come back and say that, hell, we're not going to do that. When we get to that bridge, we're just going to have an assessment.
Okay. Yeah.
But I thought the report was interesting to read.
Yeah, it was interesting to read.
Sure is long, but now the other one is, that included, and was he mixing apples and oranges at that time, or were we mixing apples and oranges? Because Pelican Reserve was blended in there, but on the other hand, Stony Brook was too. So did they have a separate, I didn't see it. a
We didn't have
separate-
an advisory committee active at that time, I don't believe. That he made
I
that.
think it was all inclusive, but
I think it was all lumped together.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
But I thought it was a good report.
so that email shows we're trying to get prices on a capital reserve study to bring back to the board, at least getting 3 or 4 prices. A lot of them won't be able to start until, spring or summer of 2023, but we are trying to get the prices and get it in front of you all. So you can choose.
They're telling you that right now?
Yes. Yes.
so we'll go to Tony and then we'll go to district engineer's report.
Thanks for sending that out too. But where did you find that? Where'd you find that? It's the first time I even knew that happened.
The guy that I asked the quote from, he pulled up in his records, oh, we did one for you guys in the past, and light bulb went off. I said, can you send that to me?
Who did that? Brian Lamb?
It's the reserves. It looked like it was
Well,
management.
Capital Reserve
company.
Associates, but who was the firm that hired him?
I
It
can
may-
I think it's
ask.
Brian Lamb.
2010 may have been DMS, Brian.
I
Yeah,
think
I think it was too.
it read like a management company hired them.
And that would have been DMS.
So Tony, anything from your?
No, I think we covered all the other action items, covered pretty much what I was doing, other than working with Chelsea and her staff on various contracts and documents and reviews.
You, Tony?
Tony and Chelsea, I guess you've already started it. We got a little mini bombshell going off. We've got to get a hold of the county, as I indicated at the last meeting. We've got to call the county, the highway department, and start this process of what I'd sent to you. Because they're going to start arresting people on Gateway Boulevard if they put their golf carts on the blacktop. They've threatened people down at the school. And I said this was coming at the last meeting. They aren't joking. So we either sit back and have all the residents in here lined up pounding at the door for inactivity, or we call the county right off the bat and tell them we want to allow golf carts, but what do we have to do to get your consent?
So if you want to get direction to Chelsea, I had to contact them as far as filing a petition. I think that's how the county may do that.
Well, I
Let's
sent
Randy,
Chelsea
let's call
what the
Randy.
letter requires,
Okay, we can call.
but we
Randy
need to do it quickly because they're telling everybody they're going to start arresting people.
We'll need direction from the board as a whole.
I
If
agree.
you're interested in.
Well,
Yeah,
I make the
I don't think there's
recommendation
any
that
issues with-
we proceed with trying to establish, at least at this point in time, what the county's going to tell us that we have to do to allow golf carts out there.
Well, I think isn't the motion that our preferences for the sidewalks, and we might have to be very specific where accessible for those to be multi-purpose, or what's the
Intermodal.
intermodal?
Multimodal.
Yeah,
multi-modal.
What I would
Multimodal.
suggest is that
Multi-use, yeah.
the county isn't going to, I would suggest, not act within a week or 2 weeks. I think you may have to go to the county commission for the approval to take place for utilization of golf carts.
And I think
checked that
maybe
out.
if we can coordinate with the sheriff's department, so this has always been something that we had assumed that use was allowed. Now, I guess we found out it's not. We'd ask maybe a little bit of a reprieve until we can get this petition pushed through, because we don't want, once you get the traffic moving when the schools are in play and not necessarily worry about whether there's golf carts on the
What I
side.
would
Well, there's a lot of
Chelsea,
people
if
that
you
take their kids to school
Yeah, I know.
on golf
So-
carts.
So that's actually, Ed's issue was one, and then this issue that we had was another one. And the Gateway Elementary School, because there is about probably 20 to 30 parents that pick up there.
Yeah.
What happened is a gentleman decided to drive his car
On the sidewalk?
on the sidewalk. I don't know if you guys saw the video. So that prompted the next day for 6 cars of police speed there. So while they were there, they not only took care of that issue, they took care of the golf cart. I mean, it was pretty bad. She was just going 30 miles an hour from Cypress Gate during the school pickup, just driving all the way into our property.
Well, the reason we need to get in it, because somebody here, of course, you don't know where these people get their information, but it is a sheriff stated that the solution is registering the cart with Lee County tax collector. I can tell you go over there and take some popcorn and beer, because you're going to have them laugh their head
Yeah.
off. They are not going to register golf carts.
And then my second concern was when, they're saying, oh, the Lee County Sheriff's Office says just drive on the grass. And I'm thinking, okay, we didn't allow that happening over there at the charter school because they damaged a ton of stuff. I can just imagine Bristol Park in Cypress Gate, which is Bahia.
And I
It's
think maybe-
already horrible.
And I would drop Cecil line, telling that this is what we're going through and the steps. I mean, one, we need an exemption
Yeah.
until we get this resolved. And two, we want to petition that our sidewalks where available. Go ahead.
Typically, the request is for designated roads to be utilized. And so the question is, I haven't seen the letter that came from the county. The question is whether or not the application would be for the county rights of way, because these are county rights of way we're
What
talking
the
about. correct?
discussion that led to it was purely the paths,
The
nothing but the
sidewalks, yeah.
roads. Because I think we're barking up the wrong tree if we even think of trying to get golf carts on roads. That ain't gonna
Yeah,
happen.
I think.
There's no desire.
No,
yeah,
that ain't gonna
I
happen.
think-
I just want to clarify.
Yeah, it's the
No,
path.
So I think, and let's just, just for due diligence, let's just make sure that Cecil's aware that this issue has come up and what we're doing, and if we can get any assistance from him in order to maybe push this through, or at least tell the police, kind of give us a little bit of time.
What I would suggest, again, I've not seen the letter, so I guess the question, from the standpoint of clarification for direction to the staff, is a request to initiate the process to designate utilization of of sidewalks and paths and gateway, unincorporated part of gateway
How to do it.
with Lee County. And the question is, what areas? We know the areas? That was defined enough? Okay.
Yeah. Then the other one,
So, I mean, I think that I'd like to have a
do
motion.
you need a
for that.
motion on that one?
I would like, yes.
I'll make that motion.
I'll second the motion for the sidewalk, not the road.
Yeah, not the roads.
Sidewalk and multimodal paths along roadways, okay.
In their rights of way,
County rights.
county rights of way.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? I guess not. All
One other one, Doug.
Yep.
I want to just personally thank Cecil for getting involved. I don't know if you've read all the stuff in the blog, the first 2 days of school or first 3 days of school, but it was a mess down there. Everybody's upset. And Cecil got involved
Griffin
and
in or?
Charter.
down here by Charter.
Okay, yeah.
It's the same old deal that we've had problems with. They're parking on our property. And Cecil got, along with the sheriff and his assistant, who I talked to Monday, they've had like 5 patrol cars down there and nobody is getting on the grass. I don't know. I gave them my 2 cents worth and I said, we've been having a combative relationship with that school since day one on this issue
Yeah.
because they don't have an answer. Well, my deal is that's not our problem.
Well,
They
for
they
one-
can solve it themselves if they just queue them inside their
Well,
own
no,
property.
here's the,
out
And
on
on
Daniels.
I totally agree.
they
Exit on
closed
Daniels.
it. So my son goes to that school now. So the principal, I guess, said that this is the highest number of students it ever had in history. That's one. 2, because they're updating the field, they closed that entrance. So they're forcing all parents to come via Gateway Boulevard, which that's what's creating the most of the problem. So they're not doing the serpentine between the parking lots anymore, which, I mean, there are easy solutions between 2 and 3. You tell the workers, go take a break, or you don't work there, you know what I mean? But they
Stagger your
completely
schedules.
blocking and, that amount of student, that concerns me for the safety for the students as well. That amount of students, you're telling me that it's the most you have, and now you're making it go through one entrance. So I did send an email to Amber. I have not heard back. I know the last time I shook that tree, we got stuff done, but I didn't want to go that far.
Police are stopping.
One other approach might be is whether or not what they're doing with just the one entrance.
It's legal, so that,
Whether it's consistent with their approved site plan.
Well, I mean,
don't know. I
I'm
mean,
sure if
that's
they would reach
something
out
that
to
we
DOT
we
for
wanna
a
ask.
recommendation, so DOT would send somebody out there,
well,
to.
But
look
again,
at-
they have a site plan that approved their development by Lee
They're-
County
they're-
DO.
Their problem is they do not have enough space to queue the number of people. They're either going to have to go on site and pour out a lot of blacktop, or they're going to have to go to a staggered schedule of closing.
and they could, because
And they could.
they have high school and they have the intermediate, so they
They
could,
just don't want to do
they
it.
absolutely could, because the second floor is the high school. They go out 15 minutes, because it makes a difference. And then the middle school, as a parent, I can tell you, I have seen zero communication from that principal telling us like, please don't do that, don't do
Just
this. So
think
I can tell you I don't think they're doing enough,
Okay.
period.
Again, the question might be whether or not you want staff to check with Lee County Lee County Development, Community Development Department as to the site plan? What did it call for? Traffic circulation entrances?
Well, at least the county is protecting our rights by making sure they don't park on the road, off the edge.
I mean, the
Well,
two
we have
deputies that
we
have
have the
been-
same problem at the
Yeah,
elementary school
today.
too, where they're parking on
There
the.
were?
on the
Oh, yeah, there are
grass.
two deputies in white SUVs with the little red and blues and everything flashing. Yes. Walking the street.
But anyway, one thing, Cecil for getting involved, because that was jamming
mess.
all the way back to the roundabout, and that gets dangerous.
Yeah, and what's on the subject, Warren, I would, maybe you can bring something to the advisory council's attention. We are seeing, same type of bottlenecks out on Gateway Boulevard coming out of Stony Brook. It's happening more frequently. So I think we just need to work with Joe over there. When traffic gets backed up along Gateway Boulevard, we just gotta let people in, to clear that queue. It's happened more regularly, because I've seen people doing U-turns and it's such a tight spot. I mean, and I saw somebody drive over the median 2 weeks ago in a truck. It's ridiculous.
They're very aware. They're very aware of that. And one of the changes they made just this past weekend, our last meeting, was to allow vendors that come in frequently to get cards, transponders for their cars, so they can go through the resident gate. They love it, and it'll help back up, especially in the mornings. This don't take long in the morning, in the afternoon, it's the same
It's
thing.
crazy in the morning, because
Yeah.
when I came over to your place at 9:15, my butt was out on the road.
Yeah.
Couldn't get in.
Well, and it backs up this way and this way, and then people get impatient.
There's
and
just-
it's happening more frequent. So, I mean,
There's just no storage space right there. And
well,
in
at
the
some
morning,
point, we
yeah.
just gotta let people in,
Yeah.
and it'll take 5 minutes to let a couple cars through. And I mean, to be honest, I don't think it's a big deal.
It's largely vendors.
Yeah.
Commercial.
Okay, nothing else for Tony. We will go back to engineering.
Stephen Agapi, Tetra Tech District Engineer. We have our task authorization update. Notes getting late, so I'll hit some of the highlights. Items 2 and 3, the irrigation pump station generator and Lower Hawthorne well. We're going to be submitting 75% drawings tomorrow. We're trying to get this to SRF for funding at their November meeting. So our deadline is kind of like the end of September for that. And we're going to try to get to that. It's contingent upon getting county permits, which we need final plans for. So that's going forward. Bond validation assistance. This is what you were talking about earlier, Ed. We need authorization for a change order to continue the work. I spoke to Danny and Fred, and we're asking for a not to exceed of $25,000.
I don't know why this has fallen off, but we need to have on this sheet when date of task authorization approval and target completion date.
Okay.
And then probably once it's actual, it'll fall off. And I love the dates in here, but we have to understand when this was approved and when we're targeting to complete. Now, I understand things happen in between, and that's where I'm hoping that, in that description, we can document.
I'll take the blame. I did ask them to remove that
Okay.
just because we were trying to get more of the meat of where we are today
Yeah.
and when we plan on getting this accomplished on here. So
That's fine.
We'll work on
And-
getting those back on.
Okay,
if that's
and maybe
the
if you're
wish.
worried about space, maybe we'll just put it landscape or something and just.
Sure.
'Cause I think it's important for us to know when we approved it, and it's not just the whole Tetra Tech accountable, it's for us too. Like, if we're delaying on our end, I just think it's important,
Well, the thing on the CIP is get the amendment so that we can get back on schedule
Yeah.
for the September 1
Well,
meeting
I-
and the October 6th meeting.
I think that should be discussed here right now. if you
Yeah,
don't
so
mind.
let's talk about
I'm
that
all
for a minute.
for it. I'm all for it.
Here's my only concern with that, and is I think we built that knowing, under the assumption that not everything on that list would come to fruition. It was, hey, we're putting this together. There's gonna be some items that have potential to fall off, but we're including them because that's part of the bond process. We want, instead of having to go do it down the road, we're gonna include it. I understand that staff has been revising, working with Tetra Tech, working on some revised budgets, and I think we have seen that some of those items are coming in less, and in some areas significantly less than what we had previously. That's
The
great.
team has a current updated plan that Tetra Tech, with this amendment, will go back and analyze. And it does result in a major change of this. But everything that was in that plan, with one exception, and that was the one we talked about, and that was a operational item that bond people won't allow. But other than that, everything else that's in that plan need to be there.
Yeah, so,
Needed to be
so my
there.
point is, unless there are, I guess, the due diligence or the effort to go back and revise that at this time, to me, just sounds a little redundant, because in 2 years, when we go to design, or the prices could change. So, and I think you said it doesn't matter if that number is 4 million, 40 million, or 400 million. It doesn't matter, because
If you're
until we
gonna
go to
use
spend.
it, it's correct.
The key here is we got to keep in mind, and this is where our public is so confused on this. The issue and the importance of the bond validation is that it gives us the access to purchase this stuff at a price that people can afford. If we don't have that 20-year capability, you take, for example, if we wanted to do the building, and the building's 3 million. Now, this is going to be simple. 3 million in 5 years, which is what the statute says that we get. That's $600,000 a year. That's going to be a direct assessment for everybody here.
Yep.
Period. Why would we do something stupid like that when we can take and do it as a 20-year financing? Which, working backwards, is you can't do that until you get the bond validation, and you can't do the bond validation without an approvable CIP. So we're on a trail here that we either stop and throw everything out, or we continue going on, but we correct what we had in mistakes in the first
But
place.
let me ask you this. So if there's, because I think majority of the changes isn't scope, it's estimates, right? Is that?
No, there were, I think, about 7 or 8 key items, and 2 of the items made up the majority of it. One was the unnecessarily deal of increasing the park from 5.5 to 10 million. And the other one was unnecessarily deal of increasing the pond bank restoration from 15 million, which is now 13 million, to 30 million. Those 2 in and of themselves were big ticket items. And then the other ones are just adding, which the bond council people told us to do. Make sure you add in the non-construction cost, which is usually typically 20%, and then add in a contingency. The one I did, I just added 10. Chelsea thinks that maybe going to 15, which Tetra Tech can do. That's simple to do.
Right.
But that gets you back, and bond council said, you've got to have a factor of safety in there. There's nothing wrong with it.
Well, I guess my point is that what's the value of doing these revisions, spending additional rigor to update this when?
We know we're not gonna use it.
Because the bond validation attorney won't accept it otherwise. You've got to
They
have
won't
this
accept,
engineer.
they won't accept what we have today?
No, they know it's wrong. They know it's wrong.
How does they know what's wrong? Like, what's wrong about it?
We've told them it was wrong. It didn't have the contingencies in it. It had numbers in there that
Okay,
were
you're talking about
misestimated.
yeah,
The
I'm just talking
CIP,
about,
the
I'm talking about
CIP.
cost to do a particular item. Because we don't know what that,
We're
in 3 years, 5 years, we don't know what that cost is gonna
Doug,
be there.
we are so close in the report, subject to Tetra Tech's checking it, staff, Chelsea looking at it. We are so close to being right back on track. And it's something that you can sell to the public. They may not like it. They may
Well, I
not
don't
like
think-
it, but
I
we
don't think
can
the public's gonna
explain it.
care if it's 60 million versus 7 million, knowing that there's a variance. there.
Well, no, what I think the public is upset about was timing, is the timing of stuff. I've changed the timing on there, and it's up to the whole board to see this final document. And that was the whole idea of trying to get this ready for our workshop next week, such we can discuss it, having new numbers, then come back to the meeting on September 1st, validate it, so that we get Russ back in gear and redo the numbers and have us back on schedule for October 6th.
We wouldn't have enough time for notice.
Yeah,
If you wanna do September 1st.
we've discussed.
We talked about that the other day, that it would be
We've
okay.
discussed internally that, assume for sake of discussion, that the board at its workshop of August 24th has a workshop. It discusses this. And then on September 1st, there's a refined document, and Russ, based upon the refined proposed further amended and restated engineer's report,
Okay.
would have his amended and restated assessment methodology. We would have to have geared up at that point in time, the letters to go out, and we could have to do the notice letters again, and also have the ad teed up to be in the paper to both meet the necessary requirements for the timing. for the October 6th
It's
hearing.
very
But that-
tight, but
It's
it'll
very
work.
tight, yes.
Very
But-
tight, but it'll work.
But that means the number cannot move anymore.
I'm sorry.
That means the number cannot move anymore. Because otherwise
I would
then we
hope
have to
not. Well-
re-advertise.
Well, we say that, but you still have a public hearing and you still have a board
We need to
action
put
that's
the-
got to be taken. But the desire would be that
We have a
we're-
consensus
we
of
have a
where we're going.
consensus. Yes.
My,
Well,
the,
Yeah.
well, just
And I
for
think we could-
clarification though, if we have a new and revised engineer's report with a revised assessment methodology, whether it goes up or goes down, we need to then still send a notice letter out
Yep.
in advance, and like we did last time, and put the big ad in the paper like we did last time with the map. And that would still need to take place. And this time we would have Pelican Reserve, and that block would be taken out arguably possibly, and that's part of the discussion also. It's tight, but we discussed.
The
we can
real
achieve
issue
it.
is getting them to
We
get the
can achieve it.
amendments so that they can
That's
get
enough.
to us at the meeting on the 24th, so that we can get some type of an agreement, so that we can tell Russ to go rerun his calculations and have that ready for
So
September
that's on
1st.
Tetra Tech to be
So
able to.
the ball's
get
in their
us-
park first.
Yeah, that's what,
Yeah.
okay.
But-
with
but the-
board direction and a change order to their scope and
Which has
price,
cost of $25,000.
Not to exceed.
and not to exceed price.
So by changing this, it's going to cost us $25,000
Up to.
up to.
Yeah, and keep in mind, the stuff that they've
Don't
been
be calling
doing
them.
was not in the original contract. So a lot of this is what we're doing is catching up for work that was really done, and there should have been in a contract amendment months ago.
Yeah.
But that fell through the cracks, and this is what we're trying to do. to
Yeah, and
correct
this process is recommended by the group, the team that's been working on it. Your
Volunteers.
professional consultants, Ron DeMossing, Russ Wire, myself, Chelsea.
So this
Tetra Tech.
step is recommended by that.
it. Everybody.
Yes, and from my perspective, to have a report where an engineer, if necessary, can testify that those are his numbers, and based upon their experience and expertise, this is my engineer's opinion of probable costs. That's an important factor.
And bond counsel was very scared with that old report.
All right, well, that's a little bit new.
One
information then.
comment, observation on the CIP. The last time I looked at the presentation, the new building was going to exclude certain members of the staff from working over there. It was going to be all admin. Well, I want to know when we're going to have a conversation to iron that out.
Well,
Because I
That's
expect
good.
that,
Chelsea knows about that, what she's gonna work with Russ once we get the final numbers, because we're changing the site, keep in mind. So
I know. I know.
$820,000 just vaporized with the motion we made a while ago.
I
We'll
understand
decide.
that.
And let me just tell you, so there's,
But we have concerns, about the funding of the new building.
Well, what you're doing, that you'd said that you gotta do, that ball's still in your park, is you gotta come back with your PPAC people and let Russ know, are you gonna bring cash to the table, or are you gonna be included in
Well,
the deal? Because they can't do anything without the knowledge of that.
Well, I don't even know that that's going to go to PPAC anymore. We've kind of walked away from that. But the more fundamental question is, the premise of those dollars was based on the fact that there would be no enterprise fund people in the new building. And that's not going to happen.
We know that. We know.
Well, I hear you know it. I don't know it.
Chelsea knows it. We've talked about it.
Well, what does that mean? Is the funding
What we
going to be
have
in our
do-
traditional
What
4161?
we have to do is to come up with a calculation, and is if the funding, and there is going to be enterprise people in there, you can go back to the old deal that Russ created, which was the original 51% was enterprise, and that left 49 or 41%.
Whatever the numbers are. I'm okay with that. If that's what the new deal is,
1/3, 2/3.
we're okay.
Okay.
Pelican will certainly
That's
buy into
well,
that.
but
That's what
let's also
Chelsea and staff have to get to Russ
Okay.
to do the split.
Is that what you have?
Well, we have to wait for the numbers that, well, today's action adjusts that overall number for the building. So we'll have to go back and all of that will come from your workshop next week and direction from the board. And then that's when we'll be able to take that, Tetra Tech will be able to take that number based on their engineer's report and take that to Russ and the bond team and calculate those numbers out.
Keep in mind, Bob, from the engineer's perspective, that is really not an engineering
I know,
function.
I agree.
What it is it's the engineer's function to put an asterisk for those things that are split.
Right.
It's somebody else's job to do the split.
And I'm totally okay with that. And we have a historical split we've used. And as long as that's the way we're
I
still
think that's
applying
what
it,
we should
I'm totally good.
Well, and if the board wants to give direction to that split, we can go ahead and
So
jump.
then your hands are not tied in the future, where you remove people around. or functions.
I'd like
But
to
you
see
don't
all.
need now, right? Give you
Well, if
direction
you
now.
want, if you want to give direction now and just say that we want to stick with the O&M assessment methodology that's been in place.
Historical.
Historical.
So it doesn't matter. So if
I think we're
The
safe, we're on
split
safe
is-
ground that way.
Then we're totally okay with it.
the way that we're looking at this is the new building will be an administrative building. This will be a.
No, no. That's what exactly the opposite of what we're talking about. The new building will have a component of an enterprise to be determined. There's people who are going over there that are enterprise.
There are 2 staff that are planned on
Yeah.
going to. the
And
new
so
building.
what
yeah, well-
Chelsea's got to do is to do that ratio somehow, some
We
way.
gotta separate those
You
two.
got to separate those two.
Rent
So
them out.
My point was, okay.
Yeah.
So there will be a mix of staff in that new building.
Large
This-
portion will
But
be
this building will
admin.
stay.
This building's a dead,
This-
dead end.
this- right, this is-
Nothing to do
okay.
here.
Because there should also be
Okay.
flex space in there as well.
Absolutely, because we don't know what we're gonna look like 5 years from now. We could guess, we don't really know.
Well,
But the
and-
burden
and
of the
there's gonna be-
building, the burden of the building is a long-term burden on the
Yes.
community. And if we stay with the historical split that we've had, we're okay with that.
That's the safe ground we
Yeah.
need to go to.
That's,
Okay.
I think we all agree on
Yeah.
that. Okay. all right,
Okay,
perfect.
so then we have clear direction moving forward, how the board would like to see that split. And so
Yep.
when the numbers are fine tuned hopefully next week at your workshop, Tetra Tech will be able to bring back a further amended and restated master engineer's report at the September 1st board meeting for your adoption, as well as the assessment methodology to accompany that.
Yeah.
And
Well,
we-
and I think too, and I don't know if it was in Ed's podcast or not, but I think he had brought up, aren't we almost fully developed? And he was talking in relation to staff.
We get about 1,500 ERUs,
Right.
the
So
old
there is-
ERUs
there is
left
some-
to be done here.
There is some still growth, but at some point that will cap out. But staff size doesn't necessarily correlate to whether we're built out or not. And
Growth.
the reason why I say that is because there are things that we will have to do significant over the next 5, 10, 20 years that may require additional staff, even though we might be flatlined as far as a growth perspective.
Our problem is and has been since day one, especially when the growth really started hitting in the early 2000s. We sit here with like the ostrich with our head in the sand,
Get down the road.
running this place like a joke.
Well, you got-
4,
you got
5,
the
6,
2010
6.
Capital Reserve Report, how many of that?
But I'm talking about staffing.
I know.
We ran this place as a joke. We should have had people in here. Chelsea, Laura are now trying to get us up to where we should be for a $60-70 million utility. I mean, you just don't run a business like this.
And we all agree with that.
That's what, a
And-
lot of our residents, Bob, don't understand that.
Okay.
And all we're trying to do is to catch up.
And we're gonna have growing pains and butt heads like we did today, and we're gonna continue to grow from it. So
So
I
what we
appreciate the
talked about-
feedback.
And you're gonna lead us to the promised land.
And I was talking to Chet, like, this is their forever home. So we need to plan accordingly.
I'm sorry?
Let us vote on it.
Well, that's
Bring
unfortunately.
it to the people, let us vote on it. Let's see
You're out of
what
order, sir. Thank you.
we have.
Thank you. Okay,
So really quick to summarize, so the board is okay and authorizes me to execute that change order for
Yes.
Tetra Tech's
Yeah.
additional work?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So Danny, or not Danny, sorry, Steven.
Stephen will send it to me and I'll adjust the purchase order and get him the corrected one back for it.
Okay, perfect. Steven's still going.
yeah, keep going.
Okay, next up is flowway weir adjustments. Doug, you asked me to add kind of like a projection on the schedule on this, so I added that. Projecting sometime in early September to get permits. We'd move forward and advertised in October. And this is for the 3 in the flowway and then pond 38. I'm expecting kind of a similar timeline.
That's in the 2010
Yeah.
capital reserve.
And Steve,
So
That
we're
should
gonna
go on
miss
the
hurricane
website.
season this
Steve
year.
and I suggested to you to get that to Chelsea, but I also.
I did, yes.
And to Bob, since it's
He has it.
impacting his bottom end. of
We're
the-
okay with it.
It looks good to me.
Does
Looks
me
good.
too.
Good job with that.
Okay, Griffin Utility relocation. We provided bid documents to Lee County last week. Aerator FPL assistance, we're working with FP&L. They've been kind of slow to get us information, but we're working through that. Phase 2, year 2, lake bank restoration. The material has been pre-purchased. Met Tower has it. We're setting up a kind of another next step would be to set up another pre-con meeting. We're kind of shooting for, I think,
End of September.
end of September, October timeframe. So gearing up for hopefully like a November construction timeframe for that construction. Arborwood Phase 3, there was that pipe that was outside of the easement on private property. That pipe was removed. So we have to go out there and inspect it, sign off on it. And that was kind of one of the last items holding up Arborwood Phase 3 before turnover. So we're going to be hopefully bringing forward Arborwood Phase 3 for turnover in the coming weeks.
Question right there. Arborwood Phase 3. Where are those 146 going? Are they going over to PP or are they coming into our general 001?
That's us.
Phase 3
I
is all
don't think it
gateway.
is us. I think it's going to
We'll
Arborwood or
look
to
in-
Pelican.
We'll look into it and get you an answer.
I guess the question is, Steven, is it a Lee County development order for them or City of Fort Myers?
That's a good question. I think it's city limits.
Well, see, where the issue comes is that's 146 homes that by the true definition of interconnectivity rule,
Should be us, right?
they don't pay for anything. They're not connected to Gateway in any way, any shape, or form. So they would be exempt.
Aside from utilities.
So I want to make
stormwater.
sure that, because I guarantee you we'll have 147 of them knocking at our door if we take and put them in on our 001.
We'll look into it.
Okay.
That's pretty much it for me.
The Griffin Road, the utility location, do we have a timeline on the roundabout? Are we gonna see the groundbreaking on that at all, or is that still?
They're going to be putting it out to bid. It's in their procurement department, Lee County's procurement department right now. So once it gets through their own internal controls and checks and balances, but they're projecting construction early 2023.
That's what I heard last day.
Okay.
The fountain would probably be late 2023.
They're gonna start making, you'll see some progress starting hopefully in January.
I still wish they'd do something about
And
that.
it just about what I've heard was the start of the apartment complex also. That'll be real juicy timing.
So just so you guys know, we do meet weekly and go over this list. This list is in what staff and the engineers believe to be as our priorities, top to bottom. So if the board has direction for the district engineer to reprioritize this, please by all means speak up. But this is how we're moving forward, working together.
Yeah, I would love to be able to look at this and quickly say, okay, what's green? Where there might be a delay? Just
Well,
maybe-
with respect, on the items that are here, fine. But with respect to some things like Casella pavers
Right.
and the lighting and all that, I don't see that on here. I guess I'd like to see it on here,
Okay.
even though.
I mean, I'd like to see I think we've talked about this,
Yeah.
a master project plan
Yeah,
with all items, whether it's
they may not all be
CIP,
updated, but they
O&M.
live there.
So a full project plan, so we can see this is what we have going on scope now that's active in motion. This is, slated for this time period.
Well,
Here's the issue with that is this is a task order
Yeah.
authorization list, and some of those smaller projects, like the pavers, they may not have a specific task authorization.
Right.
And so
They
those
didn't
are
meet the
just
dollar threshold, yeah.
yeah, like they're just
Yeah.
touch tech, make this happen, do
But
this.
how do we get the update is what I'm really
I guess
saying.
email you
Well, I
are.
think you
wanted it.
split this. I think you have
He's
your
your
task
engineer.
authorization and then other
But yes,
activity currently under management or under something like that.
so perhaps
Yeah,
we
just-
can,
just do-
perhaps we can include those other
Okay.
items under
Yeah,
miscellaneous.
And I'm thinking in terms like now we're currently getting more deeply involved, I hope, on
The landscape
easements, the
buffer
landscape
easements, yeah.
easements. So that ought to at least be in here that we can kind of track benchmark that it's moving forward.
So,
And
Steve,
then we've got a natural gas generator installation going on at our guardhouse, our security house. So I want to just be tracking that one also.
Right. So like on that one, you called me back in May to look into see if there was natural gas.
And we
available.
found out there is.
So we did a utility locate, we identified where it was, and we let you know how you
Yeah.
should move forward.
And I'm okay with knowing that, but I'd like to keep that just in front of the board.
So bring
It's things
those
you're doing for
small
us.
things like that. to
Yeah,
you.
I
Okay.
don't know that they're so small, but
And there's one more that we've ducked. Welcome to Gateway. We have got to get involved in this mess of these POAs. It's going to raise its ugly head. We've got street lighting.
You got to help me with the acronym.
POA.
Property Owners Association.
Oh, okay.
These 4 or
I'm used to
5
HOA.
that have
Okay.
The commercial ones.
commercials that
Okay.
have bellied up. If it is true that we've been paying their costs, God only knows where is that going to stop, because that's not fair for those guys to just belly up in those commercial establishments palm off all their electrical, street lighting, paving, and all the other things that are their requirements. Just, and you can, I've talked to them. They are not going to touch this with a 10-foot pole for one reason, electively. It's going to cost money.
Right.
They don't want any part of it. But we've got to figure out a way to do it. And the only way I know it is instruct Russ, because there's more than one way to skin a cat. We'll instruct Russ to separately identify those, like we do at Town Lakes Office Park. We separate those 4 out and we have a surcharge.
Well, yeah, it's not surcharge, but basically Russ will make a determination whether those properties peculiarly, especially benefit above the general public for that to have a different level of assessment.
Well, if it's a street light in front of their house, I don't know how we change that any different than anybody else. Or a road. But that is a discussion we've got to have because that impacts our rate analysis big time.
Okay.
And right now, I think the answer to it is that what I've seen so far, at least on the street lighting, all of us are picking up the tab and they get away with it.
Well, if you're familiar with those particular commercial,
Yeah, I get with
commercial
you.
areas, please send me that list and we'll look into it. But to Mr. Geppert's point, Stephen, if you guys can have those,
Yeah,
I'll shoot you
of course,
the
yeah.
list.
that list. Yeah, that'd be great.
The lighting, the gas, and the pavers,
And the easements.
And
and the, yep,
Yeah,
landscape.
Stevens not so much in the stuff I just brought up.
yeah.
Tony, the landscaping figure that we prepared and provided to you, I don't know if you had a chance to look at it.
Not yet, but well, in more conversation, because I need to look whether or not there are other easements out there also that provide that, because you saw the Cypress Grove easement.
Yeah, there was one tract of land that was like part of the road, Cypress Grove, I believe, that said it was owned by WCI, so.
There's a separate easement from them.
Oh, there was an easement
But
over
I
that?
think I sent you both. I'll
Yeah,
give
okay.
you a call probably Monday if that's okay.
Yeah, that's fine.
If you can send me a reminder, I'm out of the office and meetings all day tomorrow.
Perfect.
Thanks.
Okay, I think that's it from engineering.
So,
you.
one last thing, before we take a recess
Yeah.
until the public hearing. We applied for the occupancy permit, waiting on approval for that, but we are anticipating the move into the Fairway Lakes Drive suite on Tuesday. So we'll be pushing out some social media posts. We're waiting on the occupancy permit just to make sure everything's cleared. But I think I have to sign the application. We submitted everything, and get that submitted. But just and we're gonna put banners up and notify as much as we possibly
We've been
can.
You guys
ordering all
aren't
kinds of
moving this
stuff.
stuff yourself, are you?
No, we have
don't.
movers.
We have a moving company.
Chelsea and I were over there today and
Somebody
they're
get the
just,
broken back,
they're
lifting
finishing
that
up the
stuff.
painting and they're supposed to be done painting this weekend, cleaning the carpets on Monday and we can move in hopefully on
So
Tuesday.
next week, I encourage you to come over once we get a little settled, and check out the new digs.
It's like Thursday, Friday.
Just one quick thing for management. Maybe we can spend some time on our board retreat, but I would like for us to kind of all get on the same page with building out some committees. I know we've talked about landscape. We have had the ponds and wetlands committee at some point, but I'd like to get that more routine. And then we probably need a parks and rec committee, not just for potential build out of the new park, but also existing.
Special events.
Special events, yeah. Those are the three that I've kind of been thinking about.
Those are the three we talked about.
Yeah.
Ponds,
And
landscape.
And they would be advisory committees to the
They would
board.
be advisory committees to the board.
Okay, well, that's flows well into my comment to Tony
Yeah.
and Chelsea. We've been working on roles and responsibilities of advisory groups. They were specifically what the board thinks an advisory group ought to function, and then boring down a little further than that, the roles and responsibilities of subcommittees to those advisory groups.
Yeah.
We're getting very close to that. And I think Phil's going to try and organize a regrouping of the 5 of us early next week to resolve the issues we have with bonds. Okay.
Well, and there's
never
just
mind.
something I just want us to consider, and Tony, maybe you can provide some guidance on. To me, a committee is something more of a structured long-term advisory committee. Are we able to do something more short-term targeted like a task force or something more smaller that has a definitive start and end?
Define project.
Yes, you can
Yeah,
actually.
so like
you can
example,
actually
an
put a-
engineering review task committee.
You could actually, and put a time limit on them. It says that the committee expires and resolution terminates as of such and such a day. You put a sunset provision.
So last thing, we are pushing out Granicus. I mentioned that at the last
Yeah.
meeting. We're going
Granicus,
live.
the new-
It's our agenda management system. We are planning to hopefully keep a light agenda for September 1st and go live on that date with the agenda management. That way it'll all be online, the whole packet, everybody can see it, it's digital. Yes, we will still print you hard copies.
Are you gonna do a training?
I love how
session?
she looked right at
For
me.
staff, yep, it's
I think
more
for
of
the
a.
board. I think you need.
I
to do
mean,
it.
for the
I think we
board.
need to do a board walkthrough.
I don't expect Rachel.
We can, but it's not
When's
necessarily
our meeting? Our
Sep-
board meeting?
Next Tuesday, Wednesday.
next.
So maybe we can just
We
do a
can-
demo or review, because I don't think a
There's
lot of people know.
really nothing on your guide other than seeing what is produced, like.
That's what I mean.
we-
Yeah,
we
it's
just-
just,
we'll
it's a
show you.
web
But
page
I'd
with
like to know what to
links.
expect.
And
Right.
I would want to, here's what the new, because it mimics what the county uses, right?
It is exactly what the
Yeah,
county
so,
uses.
which is really good. It's great for the residents, but it also like us maybe spend a couple minutes on how we better manage like our file system and all that kind of stuff. Maybe just knowing where to go, some shortcuts.
Don't even get me started on the
Start
file
with-
system.
We're working on that. We're working on that too.
File system is Tony.
No, I mean for us, like our supervisor link, how we use Office
Yes.
365.
I'm gonna way back.
And are you gonna make a formal announcement? Because I heard we got a public works, but I don't know anything about it.
When he starts, yes.
He starts the
We
day
have-
after Labor Day.
Does he have a name?
Keith Riddle, we mentioned
Is
it.
that the one
Yeah,
you
I mentioned it
at the
last
beginning?
time.
You were so hot-headed, you didn't
No,
hear anything.
I heard the name first name, but I didn't hear the
We
last
need to
name.
share his information.
And I didn't put my hearing
You
aids
can
in,
just
so I'm not
resume
hearing it at all.
Or something out to us.
Keith
Yes.
Brittle?
Yes.
Yeah.
He actually wanted to come today and I told him it was up to him. He could be listening in. But he officially starts the day after Labor Day and of
Is
course,
he online? Because I see a,
most likely that
Well,
KR
we'll
is
wait and
there.
do full introductions, but I did tell Chelsea to send his CV or his resume out to the board just so we can take a look at it. Okay, great. So let's adjourn for 20 minutes.
Recess.
We
Or,
have,
I'm sorry, recess.
we have some
Supervisor
food
Gomez?
for you guys
Oh,
if you're
yeah,
interested.
We're gonna
Okay.
recess
I
for
just
20
don't have
minutes
to
till
bring you
6
food.
o'clock. When we will start our public hearing
Never mind.
regarding the budget.
And again, just, you all know what, sometimes I can't talk about anything, just again. Eat your sandwiches.
Tony, you eat in here and we'll go in there.
And I've got a bench for.
Okay, if I can have everyone settle down and board and staff, make sure that we're going to we're gonna resume our regular meeting. Good to open the public.
They made part of the record that the public hearings to receive public comment on, consider the adoption of the fiscal year 2022, 2023 proposed final budget, to consider the imposition of non-ad valorem assessments, adoption of a final non-ad valorem special assessment role, and the levy collection and enforcement of the same. And that these we have two public hearings. And Chelsea, I'm gonna open. Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, so I will open the public hearing.
This public hearing is on the board consideration, adoption of the fiscal 2022, 2023 budget.
Tony's your mic on?
Yes, but I guess, yes. Public hearing is consideration and adoption of the fiscal 2022, 2023 budget.
And just for clarity, this has to do with your assessment for next year. Not related to the CIP. It is not related to the bond. That there's complete separate items. Anything that may happen with the bond will not impact your assessment for next year at all. This is only our 2023 assessment budget, or our budget for 2023 operating budget. And so we're gonna have, Stephen's gonna walk us through the presentation. Oh, no, we have public comments, sorry.
All right, I have
Well,
one.
you may want to, Mr. Chairman, you may want to have staff make the presentation first in this instance,
Okay,
for the public makes their comment on it. I would suggest
Does
that.
the public have any issues with us doing the presentation and we save your public comments for after? Okay, we're good.
hopefully I didn't mute Stephen.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Okay.
Not if there's-
He dropped off a little after 5. I do not see him on here.
Okay, so for the record, we'll note that board members Geffert, Bank, Hinkle, and Walsh are present.
All right, Stephen.
Okay, so good evening. Today is your budget public hearing, and we do have a couple quick slides to kind of walk you through. Most of these slides are updates from when we presented the adopted version, so they should be very familiar, and I won't take up too much of your time, but I did want to provide some color as you worked through your actual budget. The first slide is your assessment summary for Area 1 and 2 in the general fund. And as you go through these slides, you'll note that I put in several places what changed, so you can be very clear what changed between now and the approved version. For the general fund, there were no changes since the approved version. So the chart that you are seeing there is the same that was approved on June 2nd. And I have some more additional charts to go through on this, but we'll go to the next one. The biggest change when you look at the next slide for Pelican Preserve is that theirs actually went down compared to the approved version. It's about $126,000. And I showed you what the dollar amount was before, about $3.4 million. And, again, I have some additional slides that give you some more color on this. For the next one I included, and again, some of these we really don't necessarily have to spend a lot of time on, but just for those that maybe weren't at the last time when we did this presentation, this is kind of a look at the sample property tax bill. And really in particular on the next slide, one of the things that I mentioned the last time was Gateway's assessments really was only about 15.8% of that particular tax bill. It was just trying to provide some context as we go through the process. That's really all it was. In terms of the staffing plan, again, no change since the last version. Overall, year over year, the total number of people, 0 new positions added. There was new wages, new adjustments that have been talked about of about 185,000. When you compare it against your 2022 budget, it's about 13%. And again, as a reminder, we do have separate line items in the general fund, Pelican Preserve and Enterprise Fund for merit, bonus, and market adjustments. There's a look at the next slide shows you a look at your 5-year trend. Again, you can see, starting in 2019, it was about 24. And really now in 2023, it's only a net. I mean, this is a net change. Positions have changed names and things, but really it's only a net of +3 over that 4-year plus time. As I mentioned earlier, looking at your general fund, this is kind of an overview. The gross assessments year over year is about an increase of about 641,000. And again, as a reminder, there were no increases or changes from your approved version. So I'm just kind of summarizing what was version 2 became version 3, but just wanted to provide a little bit of color and reminder maybe for those of you who may haven't looked at it. Right now in this version, there's about a $500,000 transfer to the capital project fund. That was increased in the approved version, and that's one of the larger increases year over year. There is no use of fund balance in this version, and it wasn't in the last either. And there you can see a 5-year assessment trend from 2019 to 2023. 2023 being about a 16% increase for multifamily, and single family about 16.5%. Kind of looking at your expenses year over year, the first 3 lines there in that chart are your big increases. You see the capital reserve program we talked about, that's about $221,000. That means year over year, that's what it's increased to get to the $500,000. The impact of the payroll changes, which is not just wages, that's everything all in number. And then the third biggest one there is public safety. This was as a included in the the approved version was an increase in the public safety for contractual services. And then you can see kind of the rest of that equals the full 607,000. We wanted to make sure we documented all that, both the increases as well as the red, which is the decreases. Next slide shows you a 5-year trend. Again, year over year, your current version 3 would be about a $4.4 million budget overall, and it's kind of showing you how that breaks down, and also kind of where it came from, being in 2019, it was at 3.2 million. Pelican Preserve, again, that one has the changes from the approved version, and I kind of showed you the reduction. It came down, it's $126,000, and there was, some different things that went up and down. The biggest thing to kind of let you know is that there was increase in landscaping services, and those increases were then offset by lowering the HOA agreement, meaning that some of those services that were being done through the HOA agreement are now being done directly within Pelican Preserve Fund. And then I showed you a chart here, again, similar to the other chart, as to where the assessments are. Multifamily would be about a 5.4% increase. Single family would be about 2.3%. Stony Brook has 0 changes from the last version. And really only a very modest increase year over year. And again, you can see the 5-year trend at the bottom of that particular slide. Basically, the assessments per unit going from $708 to $700 almost $14. In other words, a 0.7% increase. The Lake Bank restoration, again, no change from your last version, but it is important to note that it is a decrease year over year, meaning that one of the loans was actually going to be paid off. So that's, kind of where that's showing up, and there's your 5-year trend. It's basically comparable to where it was in 2019. Utility fund, sounding like a broken record, but there was no change since your approved version. Increases in expenses. A big piece of that is an increase in principal and interest for a state revolving loan. And then the reserve program also has an increase. Again, as you can see, a trend here trying to improve the reserve programs and basically all the funds. Your capital project 5-year plan, this was done to mirror, at least at the time, the engineer's report. For 2023, you've got a little bit under $3 million. Basically, that would be slated. Again, you've talked about your CI plan quite a bit, so I won't spend any more time on this one. This is the general fund. The next slide shows you your utility fund, a little bit under $5 million. The only change from your last version was to increase the 24-inch irrigation meter. Just the total cost of it, wasn't added to it, meaning that it was originally $120,000. Now the budget's $175,000. Estimated reserve, I always put this slide in every time we talk about this. It is just a very top level estimate, but it just kind of gives you some color and showing you, kind of what is in each of the funds. It is always an approximation because things are changing so much, but I do like to include it in there and always want to make sure everyone is reminded that within the utility fund is still your connection fees, which have to be used for a specific purpose. And then just kind of a recap, basically showing you what each of the funds are. Again, we always talk about the staffing. The net increase of 0 is still an important one. And then you can kind of see each of your funds and the assessments. So this very high, level was only intended to kind of refresh anyone who hadn't looked at the budget for a little bit, kind of provide some top level context going into your public comments, and then go from there.
So do we want to, now we can open up public comment.
All right, first I have John Schaaf. Okay, he has to be moved to last. Can't read this. Candy Brown, Lake Recession.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, all comments need to come up to the microphone, and please be reminded you have five minutes.
And when you get to the podium, please, you would just state your name and your address for the record. Thank you.
My name's Candy Brown. I live at 12226 Championship Circle. That better?
We want to hear you.
And I have called 2 or 3 times and left messages here to find out when my pond behind my house is gonna be redone, the shoreline. And no one's ever called me back. And
Where do
I
you live
call-
again?
The
Tell me.
villas,
Oh, the villas.
Championship Circle.
the villas, it's the small pond that they staked out
It's a
and then the
small one.
construction started, or the rain started, raised the
It's been
lake and they put
staked
everything
out,
off.
but they haven't.
Yeah, the rain caught us. And they're gonna be working as soon as the water starts dropping, the contracts, in fact, they're gonna
Okay.
have a meeting this next week, I believe, to talk about gearing up to start construction again. There were like
Okay.
7 ponds, yours was one of them. They all got delayed by the heavy rains we got there at the, what was it, the end of April? The last week of April, we got
Yeah,
like
so
8
they're
inches
still
of rain.
working on them?
Oh, yes, they're gonna be worked
Okay.
on.
The other thing is about the fun park. And, I just think we're in a recession and it's not a good time for a lot of us elderly, especially, we're, on a retirement budget. So I just think it's bad timing to try and push this fun park through.
You're referring to the Commons Park, not the Fun Park.
I call it fun park.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
that's all.
we don't have any plans to allocate any funds towards the
Fun Park.
to the fun park. Or
Yeah,
the
but
common
it's
park.
gonna
Any park.
increase our taxes
Yeah, but
1,000.
we don't have anything allocated for that. Not in this assessment.
Not in this.
No, ma'am.
No, but that'll be in October, right?
Right. Yes, ma'am. Correct.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, that's all.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Matt Chitwood.
Good afternoon, Matt Chitwood, Gateway Greens, Mahogany Run. I want to start off talking about the budget that's proposed that we're going over today. And I want to start out by saying that the Lee County Commission met 2 days ago, and they are reducing the budget for the county by 1%. They asked their staff to bring back a lower budget. Their staff came back with a 0.5% reduction. They said, we want more than that for our residents. And the staff fought to get a full percent. And they're going to move forward with that. To read it in the record, I went through the budget and I've got line items and I'll read them off that I think we need to reduce to. Page 10, contracting services, we need to keep it the same as last year, which would be a $23,000 savings. The mulch, we need to lower it to $50,000 for $15,000 savings. Tree trimming, lower it to $50,000 for a $10,000 savings. Plant replacement program, lower it to $110,000 for a $20,000 savings. Boulevard, I don't know what that category is. It's just Boulevard, lower it to $50,000 unless it's not needed at all, but that would give us a $25,000 savings. On page 11, lake maintenance, let's lower it to $175,000 for the year, gives us a $40,000 savings. Wetland maintenance, lower it to $90,000, $20,000 savings. Storm pipe video, lower it to $40,000. That's a $10,000 savings. Page 12, littoral maintenance, lower it to $40,000, give us $10,000 savings there. Aerator maintenance, lower it to $40,000, another $10,000 savings. Aerator R&M, lower it to $20,000, give us a $5,000 savings. Aerator electric repairs, lower it to $40,000, give us another $10,000. Page 13, dog installation, sod installation at the dog park, lower it to $20,000 for a $5,000 savings. Lower the soccer sod replacement to $25,000 for a $5,000 savings. R&M and Parks and Rec, lower it to $40,000 for a $10,000 savings. Tools, cut it in half, lower it to $2,000 for a $2,000 savings. Page 15, road turnover, lower it to $5,000 for a $7,500 savings. Page 16, the Lee County Sheriff's Office contract, take it back to 50,000 for $100,000 savings. This is my novice understanding of the budget. If I had more understanding of what these line items were, I'm sure I could cut more. There's waste in every government entity out there. And instead of coming back with a 13% increase for the community, we need to be trying to keep this at 0%. We've watched this budget go up for the last 3 years, the last 3 budget cycles. And especially in this year, we need to be 0 increase or reduction. It's a total of $328,000 that just in my novice breakdown we could cut. I think we should come down that full 607, which would, we've got another 278,000 to go. There's some decisions that have been made recently that I don't really think need to happen. The hiring of a PIO for a entity this size, I think is completely a huge waste of money. Sending out 1 or 2 extra social media posts a day, we could get a college intern to do it for free. I know I got some limited time here. One supervisor several meetings ago, just because I haven't been at the meetings, I've still been watching, I've been paying attention and keeping up to speed. One of the supervisors several meetings ago said to the audience in attendance that was unhappy that if we wanted to, our vote would count in November during the elections. Well, I'm sure everybody on the board knows that there is going to be no vote for board members on this in November because there was only 2 seats, both ran unopposed. So our only option to change things is we got to wait 2 years, or we try to get 1,100 signatures to recall somebody. We got a recall option, or we can go even further. We can petition for.
Matt, there is no recall.
We can petition.
There is no recall for this.
We can petition the state reps.
I'm afraid there is no recall for this.
We can petition the state reps to dissolve the CDD. I mean, there's only a couple options.
Okay.
And people are not, and I've still got a minute or so. When I watch you guys, I understand that there is confusion between the CIP and the bond validation, and there's also confusion between the budget. However, sometimes you guys aren't hearing and sometimes we're not hearing, but there's definitely a lot of people out there, they understand what the bond validation is. There's a lot of people that don't, but there's a lot of people that do, and they don't want to give that amount of money to basically 3 people to vote with that much, a lot of power. So I would like to see this reduced. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay.
I concur.
Who do we have next?
Next up is Roy Adams.
Good evening. Welcome to the hot seat. The majority of the board, as is the majority of the Gateway voting population, is Republican and conservative. What I see in the budget proposals for the past several years now reflects none of the above. I would ask you, in this incredibly inflationary year, which is probably going to go on a lot longer than anybody anticipates, that you stick to those Republican conservative principles. No wasteful spending, no expansion of projects, and no entertainment for the CDD. It's not the CDD's job to entertain people. It is their job to maintain infrastructure and safety. Thank you.
John, did you still want to speak? You're the next one. John Shaw. Okay, we have no more people here. Just let me check online just a minute. There's no one online.
Yeah, how do we speak? Hello?
Glenn Button is online. He said that he would like to speak.
Who's that?
Glenn Button. We gotta find him. I muted everyone.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Is he the gentleman that sent the?
The letter. All right, you get 5 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'll try not to take the full 5 minutes, but I just wanted to first say thank you to the board for, all the time and effort you guys put into looking out for us, and understand, there's a lot of frustration And a lot of times I might write something because I'm very passionate about it. And then I realized later that maybe I may have offended someone. But I'm pretty sure you guys have thick skin. So I wanted to just mention that since 2011, single family homes have been increased, the assessment amount. It started out at, it was $288.03, and now you want to go to $846. And the letter I received and all of Gateway received, it had $844.77. So you've increased it already $2. But I want to say that the gentleman that just spoke earlier, I completely agree with him. You need to remove some of the expenses that you have listed. You have to reduce it to help a lot of us homeowners out. There are so many homeowners in our area that, for one, this is like a recreation home to them. They're out of the state. They're here maybe 6 to 8 months out of the year. So there's no, the benefit they get is when they come here, and a lot of them are enjoying their own pool attached to their home. So with that being said, I wanted to share with you just some information that you probably already know about, but I don't think everybody does. Now, they've mentioned inflation, but the Bureau of Labor Statistics announced that for 2002, the average pay raise was 3.4% for 2022. So that's not a lot of money. If you want to put that into context, that's like saying a person that makes $48,000 is going to see a pay raise of $1,700, when a lot of homes are getting an insurance bill that's increased anywhere from $500 to $2,000, and so there goes that pay raise. It's gone. So now people are actually going into their savings and their emergency funds. Well, I myself, I've had to do that in the past, and it's not fun, believe me. And I'm not going to go into the reason why, but we know gasoline has been up. It's 40% higher. Food prices, 8.5% higher. Electricity, 18 to 27%, depending on where you live. And as I mentioned, home insurance, that's up at least 30%, if not more. So I think that you guys really need to look at this budget thoroughly and consider doing what Lee County is doing, and that is coming in with a lower amount. That would be beneficial to us. And then the last thing I want to say is the master plan community that we live in is also known as a planned unit development. Now, I looked at the report that's online, and it talks about how single-family homes are assessed significantly, but not substantially more than multifamily, for the reason that they receive significantly more special benefits from the specific improvements of roadway lighting, landscaping, signage, and roadway construction provided by the district. Well, sir, I hate to tell you this, but under a planned unit development or a master plan community, they have their own code in the trip generation manual. And also the Institute of Traffic Engineers, they have no information from Florida over the past 20 years. You guys are using the 8th edition. I shouldn't say you, but the person who did this assessment.
Please.
That needs to be looked at.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Very much. We appreciate it.
I did get a comment from one person there is no one at the remote office that wants to speak. I verified with Randy.
Yeah.
Patty Stevens online would like to speak.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank the members of the board for the work that they're doing. I'm a little confused, and I don't know if you can answer questions, but I do have a couple of questions. One of them, and I'm only looking at the letter that we received with the notice of the public hearing. And on page 3, it's indicating that the assessment for my property will not exceed $749.21, but yet the budget says that the increase is going to be $102, going up to the 846. So which is the right number?
The 846 is the right number currently.
So then why would this letter say that that the assessment wouldn't exceed 749? What am I missing?
What is, do you know what she's referring to, Chelsea?
The letter dated July 18th, it was the notice of public hearing.
Do we have a bust in that letter?
Patty, can, in the chat, could you provide your address and we can go look it up?
Sure, thank you. All right, and then I'm curious about the extra assessment for the Lee County Sheriff's Office for the patrol. Can you kind of tell us what additional services they will be providing?
This is correct.
Hello?
Table is correct on the 846.
Patty, they're looking up on your notice.
We're
So
looking
if
up
you
your
just give us a minute, then we'll give you the minute back for you to speak.
Okay.
I did pause your timer.
What did you say? I'm sorry, I was looking up the document that went out. What was the question you asked? I'm sorry.
About the assessment?
Yeah, we're looking at, I can truly tell you it is planned for 846. It was 744 in 22. I think
Right.
in a typo.
Well, they're going to explain it.
Or the staff is going to explain it.
Okay, Patty, in the letter that you received, the dollar amount that's in the letter is the amount, if you're looking, actually, I don't know if you can see the screen that I have up right now. I'm assuming you're referring to the 749.27 that's right here. When those letters go out, they cannot include any amount for debt service. The difference between the 749.27 and the 846.77 is the $97.50 of debt service for the Lake Bank Fund.
For the what?
Lake Bank restoration repayments, the loans we took out to do the work. It's
All right.
That's the difference.
All right, so the assessment is going to go up to the 800 and something,
Correct. The
840.
amount that's under the total column here, that's the amount that the assessment will be.
All right, okay.
Plus the board, the budget.
If approved here, that would be the number.
Yes.
Okay.
That's the most that it can be.
All right, can you just give a real quick, high level, what extra services are we going to get from Lee County Sheriff? And does it have anything to do with the problem on the roadways around the schools? Because, I mean, I came home at 1 o'clock today from Daniels and they were already lined up at the charter school. I don't think they even get out of school until 2 o'clock, but I know that you have discussed this already, but is Lee County Sheriff's going to help us at all with the traffic? I live in Hampton Park. I tried to go out of my back gate yesterday at 2 o'clock and I couldn't even get out of my back gate because the cars were blocking that egress.
Yeah, I mean, what we've heard from residents is around several different areas. One is different, let's call it traffic related. And then there's speeding. And you could probably throw some other things there. But one of the things that we've heard, I think quite a bit from residents from all different communities is, the traffic that we're seeing. Now, we've got one roundabout that's supposed to slow things down, but also allow continuous flow. When the second roundabout comes through, I think that should probably impact maybe some of the speeding. But so we made a decision to increase that budget in order to meet the requests that were coming from the residents around enhanced law enforcement and public safety to address traffic concerns.
Okay, thank you.
And
go ahead.
No, I asked our district manager if there was anything she wanted to add, and she said no.
Okay, thank you. Also, I was under the impression that we turned our roads over to the county. Why is there such a huge dollar amount in the budget for our roads?
So we have turned over a large majority of our roads to the county. The items that you're talking about, which
Yeah, what are you in particularly referring to? Because I know on the CIP, there's stuff in the way of capital, but on operating budget, the only thing that was big on roads was at the request of the owners. They wanted more police presence. So we budgeted an extra 100,000 for that.
Now there is some, I believe we have maintenance
Yeah, we have
items in
maintenance
there related
items.
to sidewalk repair and those types of things, which that's an ongoing, I mean, every year we have sidewalk repairs that we have to do.
So in the slide presentation that was presented earlier by the gentleman whose name, I'm sorry, I think it was Steve, it just seemed that there was a large amount for roads. And if you're saying that that's for sidewalks, then I understand that. But the category was roads.
If you go to page 15 of the budget, under the general fund, roadway and sidewalk services, we're at 63,000 and we were 61.5 amended last year. So that's only $1,500. That's not a big ticket item at all.
No, I'm sorry. It was something in the slide presentation earlier, and I thought that it was an increase of 200 and something thousand. So he went through that pretty quickly. So I may have misunderstood.
The landscaping. Now there was some dollars there.
I think it may have been in the slide where we break out the three different areas where the allocation gets put for, because there's roads, there's admin, and then there's the Parks and Rec.
All right.
That would have been where the increase was.
And then are there any plans to do an RFP for landscaping? I know that you've had Mainscape for, many years, but honestly, I think that there are other better landscape companies out there. And I have to say the trash along Gateway Boulevard is out of control. And I would think that, if they see a water bottle, that they could reach down and pick it up instead of running over it. But, I don't know. I just would like to make that comment that there's a terrible amount of trash on Gateway Boulevard.
Do that every 2 years?
It was a one-year contract,
1 year this last time.
but they had with 2 one-year extensions, and the contract just renewed April 1st, so they won't be, unless we cancel the contract, or they won't be eligible till April.
Patty, thank you for your time. That's your 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep. Is that it?
There's one person that had asked to speak but wasn't sure if she would be able to unmute. If you're able to unmute, this is your last chance. If not, that was our last public comment.
And if you,
I do have a couple questions, actually. Can you hear me?
yes, if you just state your name and address, please.
This is Angela Abu Shaheen. I live at 11851 Cypress Links Drive. And hopefully my kids don't scream too loud. If they do, I apologize. I just have a couple questions. On the Parks and Recreation increase in the budget, when I listened to the interview that Ed Ryan did earlier this week, it was mentioned that for new updates, we actually get an allocation of a pot that's in a fund by the city. Have we taken that into account on our budget, or are these for existing items?
So that you want to speak to it?
Yeah, I'll speak to that. So what was referenced in that interview is impact fee monies. It can't be used for maintenance or repairs of existing equipment or amenities, but it could be for new services that the district could provide via Parks and Rec.
Okay, so my question is, for the increase that you have on the budget of the 14,936, is this maintenance or is this for new items, or what portion thereof? How is it allocated?
Operations.
So it's for existing operations only?
Page 13, it's existing operations, Angela.
Okay, all right, and then, so I just had a question on that. And then my other question I have is, so I listened to the last meeting. I was on the phone because I was in Carline, and what really didn't sit well with me is how the new district manager was trying to limit the visibility to staff. And that really didn't sit right with me because I had posted in support of increasing salaries for our CDD employees because I feel that it's very important to make people feel valued so that they have longevity. But I really did not like the response of not having CDD staff in the meeting, not being able, our supervisors, to contact them. So as a resident, I would like to withdraw support over the national inflation rate for salaries. And I think that if many of the other residents that are sitting there right now had heard what I heard on that last meeting, it also wouldn't sit right with them, because we are electing our officials, whether residents are happy with the supervisors that are sitting there or not, that's aside the point, but we have elected them. And it is not sit right with me with someone new coming in to why am I going to support this large item in a recession? And I heard other residents talk about how their costs are increasing. So I've lived in Gateway Greens over 10 years. When I moved into my home insurance was $3,100. It's going to be $9,200 this year, $9,200. And I never submitted a claim for Irma. So I can't imagine the other inflationary costs that other residents are feeling. I think that this is the wrong time for this large of an increase. As a CPA, I could go line by line through the item, but it just doesn't sit right with me. So that's really, this is the big reason I'm talking, is the last meeting, I didn't like the tone, and I just didn't like that. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
We actually had a couple other people say they'd like to speak. There's Alan Bova.
Yeah, just a brief comment. One of the line items, and the presentation went by so fast, I only had the letter to go on, but it seemed like I thought I saw that administration, Parks and Rec, went from about 960,000 to almost 1.6 million in a very short period of time. And it calls into question what we actually get for our money. It seems like we're spending a lot more on administration and not a lot more on things getting done. And that might be a concern. I would echo all the people that have spoken previously. I think it's not really time to have this large of a budget increase. Thank you very much. And if you can address the issue I brought up, that'd be fine.
You said you have
others. I'm Alan, this ad, page 13, our Parks and Rec total is 440, and it was 425, so it's about a $14,000 increase. However, our another component is the swimming pool, and it was 287 in 22, and we've cut it to 231 for a variance of 55,000. So from pure operating, we are $40,000 less on Parks and Rec, not increasing. That's on pages 13 and 14 of the general fund 001. So it's I'm a watchful eye on Parks and Rec, believe me, and I watch that like a hawk, and it didn't go up. If anything, it went down. Because our only two line items on Parks and Rec are those two I just recited, Parks and Rec and swimming pool.
Who do we have next?
The board can't, there's a resident refusing to give their name.
There's a resident refusing to give their name to speak.
They need to identify themselves and address. That's reasonable to do that.
So if
So
you're,
there's no more speakers
yeah,
then.
so if you're not willing to, you have to state your name and address for the record.
Well, not
That's-
add, not necessarily added, but name for
Name
at
for the
least.
record.
Name,
For the
yeah, for
record.
the record. Okay,
Then we have no more speakers.
okay, great. So we will move forward.
One other question, anything else come in by emails since the time? Laura?
No new emails have come in. Everything was given to the board already.
Okay. And I believe, and we'll get to it in the next hearing also, any letters that came in of comments and objections, you have a separate folder that you all maintaining all those comments and objections or concerns?
Correct.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's open up conversation.
Do you want to go page by page?
Laura,
Or
do
you want,
you
you
have a
want to go
preference?
overview first and then page by page?
Stephen is logging the changes. I think it's best to go page by page. It'll make everything easier for
Okay.
him. I will pull it up on the screen here. These numbers here, I can tell you, this is calculated based on what happens below, so the revenues are not something that we can adjust. So we'd start with the expenses.
What are we doing now?
Page
Page by
7?
page- Page by page, we're starting on page 7 with the expenditure.
Well, what you mean, but if the expenditures get reduced, it will adjust the.
Correct. The revenues are automatically recalculated based on the expenditures because the expenditures and the revenues have to equal in the end. And these numbers up here are driven based on what happens below.
Thank you.
So do you want us to just say we're good with page 7, like individually? Okay. So I'm good with page 7.
I have none.
Page 8.
Let's
I have
stop here a second, because this is going to get crazy. I took this thing and looked at it differently from after I saw and heard people sending emails to me. I looked at this and there are essentially in this budget about $607,000 increase. And I looked at it from the simplistic view that it was made up of 4 major line items. $350,000 in additional salary and benefits, $60,000 in additional professional fees, $221,000 in additional capital reserve, and $100,000 in LCSO fees. There's the money right there. The residents are the ones who suggested we do the police. And if you go out there on Gateway Boulevard at any time, the speeding out there is ridiculous. It's a racetrack. Lee County's not going to come in and do it unless we pay them to do it. It's that simple. That simple. Their attention is over in Lehigh where they have real problems. So to come over here, we have to pay a detail. Each one of those details costs about $285 for every 4-hour shift. It's expensive. So I'd have a problem with that one doing anything. The capital reserve we put in the last time because we were notified we are way, 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 way below funding of our capital reserve. So it's needed to be done. It's unfortunate that it's gone this many years. In fact, today at the meeting, we looked at a 2010 capital reserve study. It was telling us how much money we should have listened back then that we should have been putting in. This doesn't even get us up to that number recommended 12 years ago. So it's another one that's a very touchy one that you can move around. We come back to salaries and wages. We hired 2 people or 2 people came in that upset the apple cart a little bit on that. But the problem is that's the going rate to hire the staff we have to hire. It's that simple. There's nothing we can do. We cannot work without a district manager. You can't do it. We were told that it might be as much as $180,000, but we didn't pay that much. We paid $136. So we were ahead of the game, but we were lucky to find somebody. The bottom line is that I look at these things, and unless, like what Matt said, you just go willy-nilly, take 1,000 here, take 1,000 there. You didn't hire me or elect me to go through this stuff willy-nilly. I look at this and I take it very serious, very serious. Is there maybe a little bit in there? Maybe, but it's not enough to write home about. It's not enough to write home about at all. The problem is that we are a utility. We are basically a utility, and we have to keep this thing running. If you don't get water or you can't go to the bathroom, you'll be in here screaming bloody murder at us. So we've got to take care of this place. We've ran into some things that are unfortunately it's the end of the road for the service life for a lot of this equipment. Has to be fixed. We've got lakes. Whether we like the way the lakes are being done or being handled, we don't get much say so. South Florida Water Management District tells us what we will do. And if we don't like to do it, they fine us. I don't think I want to look at any of you and tell you why we pay $10,000 a day fines. You can't do that. So we've got a job and we got to try to run this place. But when I come down to looking at the items that we have somewhat responsible value in that created this 607,000, I have a hard problem with doing anything with any of them.
So,
So that's kind of my opinion on the whole thing is that
I have a comment.
going through,
You can't.
I was addressed by name and then insulted. I would like to just,
No, you can't, Matt.
insulted.
this was not done willy-nilly. I
Hey, Matt, you
purposely,
can't respond right now.
well, please stop insulting.
so do we want to continue page by page, or do you want to each supervisor go over with their suggestion reductions or edits? Either or.
I'd rather
If
do
you've
it
got,
the
if
other.
you've got areas that
Okay,
you want,
okay.
if you got areas you want to discuss, let's bring those through and then.
Yeah, just go through page
Let me
by
know where
page.
they, let me know
Okay,
where they
so
are and I can go there.
I have a question. Page 8, professional services. From 2,000 to 21,000. Professional fees.
Professional fees.
That was one I read. That was one of the big ticket items, professional fees. There's $60,000. Unfortunately, we as supervisors don't have a footnote to each one of these items of what it is. So perhaps Chelsea or Laura can tell us, why did we bump the admin, or Stephen, why did we
I
bump?
think we were doing that.
Yeah.
Because I thought we said in this budget, we were going to put comments in when something went up or down.
Okay.
To sign that.
Well, okay, if we're going to do that, then that would be one that I'd like to know what, we must have had a justification for needing additional professional fees under this admin category.
Anyone know?
Stephen?
Stephen, you there?
I'm still here. The 21,600 you're talking about, Ed, is part of the total $80,000 allocation of professional fees, and this was originally put in way back in for project services, and that was the level of detail that we had. That was $80,000.
But the 80,000 was a justified number and we just distributed by category.
It's at 27, 14, 59%.
I'm okay with that.
Correct. 27, 14, and 59%.
All right, so then page 10, I have questions. So actually mine with the tree trimming services, the reduction from 84, to 60,000. I would like to keep that as 84.
So,
Last,
Hey Flavia, it was 60,000 for this fiscal year, so you're looking at moving it back up for fiscal 23. It was reduced for fiscal 22.
Yeah.
It went from 84
60 now.
down to 60,000 for this current fiscal year,
okay.
and we're holding it the same going forward.
Okay, then, because I just had a question regarding the boulevard. So I wouldn't mind adding, because the boulevard is also for tree trimming services, right? Because I would rather increase 20 grand on tree trimming services and totally remove 75,000 for boulevard.
Well, one of the issues in tree trimming, and I'm not sure if it's particularly related to this item, but every tree doesn't need to be trimmed every year. There are some hardwoods and things that are trimmed biannually.
I just felt like we separated a lot because you have
Okay.
tree trimming services.
What's the difference? What's the difference between?
That's
tree
what I
trimming
want to
and
know.
boulevard?
Tree trim service, then you have boulevard, and you have tree limbing removal for $30,000.
Let's do the first one first. What's the 75? Because Matt made a good point.
Mhm.
What is the 75,000 boulevard? What is that?
Is that the replacement of those oak trees that we wanted back there? So, that's a very high, the ones that were removed by Stony Brook.
Wouldn't that be under replacement?
On the tree replacement. It just doesn't, to me, it's not clear.
Steve, what's the 75?
Yes. That's actually something that the whole name didn't show up, but it is tree replacement program, Gateway Boulevard, 75,000. I'll fix that in the final version, not just the word boulevard. There's the full name.
Thank you, because I'm like, I don't remember seeing that on my list of GLs.
Thank you.
So it'd be 130,000 for plant replacement and then 75,000 for the tree replacement. Okay. Let's see. Page 10. Oh, and then I do want to address the mulch. That's another item because I know, Matt, you mentioned, well, that's one of the reductions that we did last year. I don't know if you guys recall, no
Yeah.
mulching, no pine needle, and the residents
heard
came
about it.
here.
Matter and the
And,
Dickens.
and I was with the vendor, and that price that we got, I think that you're not gonna be able to, you're gonna go over budget on this, I can tell you on that. But I just want to explain, like that was one item that we cut last year, and the residents were here saying how horrible it looked. So that's one item that I just wanted to touch on that. Then page 11, wetland and maintenance. Does this include the conservation areas? Chelsea, sorry. Does this include the conservation areas that we just took over in the previous meeting? Okay,
No, no, ma'am.
all right.
And keep in mind, a lot of these are contractual too.
Mhm.
Yes.
Correct. So the contract increases were built into the contract when we assigned them, so.
Okay, so there'll be an increase on that too. Regarding the water quality and testing from 16,000 to 40.
That went up because we're required to have, the health department, it made us put in more areas where they have to do testing now because we're growing. So we're required to do that. They tell us how many stations we have to have and how much testing has to be done, and that's what it costs.
On the waterways? Because that's under the waterways. So I just want to make sure it's not pond related testing, because then
Yeah.
it shouldn't be in here. Water quality, unless you combine, but then you shouldn't be in a different.
Super rare. Super rare.
Because if we're gonna go by our manual, or what, it didn't change. So unless there was an increase on labs by double,
Sorry, I was confused.
I would have kept that at
That's
20,000.
enterprise fund.
So that one I
Okay.
would have liked to reduce.
So
to
Stephen
20,000.
reduced water quality testing and under waterway management services to 20,000.
I mean, you guys agree with it?
Which item are you talking about?
I'm talking page
This one
11.
right here, page 11,
Yeah,
third item from the
40,000.
bottom.
40,000, but
It's
it's for
been
the
40.
ponds. No, it's
No,
being 16.
Well, 16. Oh, I think I'm going, I agree with what you were told. That's what they told us to do. We have to do more testing.
But this one's under
Water,
waterways, not
we just have to
ponds.
move.
It's same.
Doesn't
It's
matter.
the same.
It's the same.
That's my question. If it's the
Yeah,
same, I
they're
don't
the same.
have,
They're
okay,
the
then I
same.
don't have a problem.
Never
We don't
mind.
separate out the flowway and the ponds.
Okay.
They're all together.
Okay, so we're saying the 40 is
The
accurate.
40, yeah,
Then I'm okay
they
with
tell
that.
us how much we have to test and what kind of
Yes.
testing we have to do. We don't have any control over that.
All right, then I have page 13. So just addressing the sod installation, actually, if you go by it, just knowing that I saw the invoice, this is not enough to do it. So a reduction of that will be same for the soccer field. Both of the invoices that we had this year are. way
They were
above
almost
this.
double what we budgeted.
Above budgeted. So
Yes.
this, I don't think we can cut there. The RM Parks and Rec, the $50,000. Just knowing that we have a lot of line items, I really can't grasp a whole, I could grasp a 15,000, maybe 20,000, but not a whole 50,000.
It went from 30 to 50 this year. We had a lot of miscellaneous items that we didn't include on other lines that we lumped into that 50,000. So if it's the board, if you want to.
Any examples? I mean, is this like equipment?
No, equipment will be
It's a
under other.
different-
That's, I think let me look it up. I don't want to speak incorrectly.
I'm going to guess lighting would be part of it.
We can put it back to the 30 that we had for this year.
Would lighting particularly fall under that? Is this part of the
There
ballast
was
replacements?
with sign. No, signage is up here. I believe the pressure washing went in there. We did some of the cleaning across the street, and then there was some,
Okay.
the bathrooms were vandalized. That came out of there. There was like all those miscellaneous things that didn't have specific line items. That's where we put out any other repairs and maintenance that's not included on a specific line was included in that amount.
Because I know we haven't touched the concession stand, so I thought maybe that some of that money would come from here
That would
too.
come from there,
Okay,
yes.
all right. So then, I want to touch in regards to, let's see, aerators, where was I? I don't want to miss my page, sorry, guys. This is just a feedback, really. Regarding the aerators, I wouldn't reduce anything, knowing that we have way more units right now, and we're planning to install way more units. I think that number is actually lower than what it should be, but I'll leave it as that. Page 14. Maintenance repair for the pool, $65,000. I mean, we're just
If we can
redoing,
even keep it at that.
I mean, we just resurfaced
Pool
that
repair.
pool. What else?
yeah, that's what I was
else do we
thinking.
have to do? We
The-
replaced the furniture,
yeah.
decking. Have we done?
We need to do decking and the restrooms need work.
I knew the restrooms are in the, yeah, okay.
So that deck probably needs to be either
All
The,
right,
the deck needs to be redone and,
sealed or.
and resurfaced.
okay. So operating supplies, 13,000. Are we just switching with the pool filter? Because I know pool filter it was nothing. I mean, it was 15 and now it's nothing, but then you just increase up top. We just flip flop that? I just wonder what operating supplies, $13,000 for the pool that are not filter.
This one? That's, nope.
Looks like it only
sorry.
went up 1,500. From 12 to 13.5.
Yeah.
It's not a big, big ticket item.
Toilet paper,
No,
paper
it's,
towels,
I think I was addressing some of
cleaning,
Matt's and some of what we have.
other miscellaneous. Oh, that, it's like toilet paper, paper towels, cleaning things,
Okay.
that kind of stuff.
All right, and then page 15. The street cameras, I would like to lower that by 10,000.
Oops.
Given that we're only missing three entrances, unless there is one entrance at Pelican Preserve that could benefit for it,
They already have them there.
but there'll be another one. There'll be an
That's gated, so that, it's gated at both ends. When you need to
Okay,
have
so then I would suggest removing 10,000
transponders.
because we only need for 3 more areas.
Stephen, can you lower the street cameras, third line
Means
from
the
the
board
bottom on
agrees with
page
it.
15 from 25 to 15,000?
Will do.
And then a question on also page, I definitely am out of, this is definitely not this page here. Street sweeping, and I think that's under landscaping. Hold on, let me see what I get that. Where's it's under stormwater?
Right here. They only went up 1,500.
Oh, action page 15, roads and sidewalks, street sweeping services. Are we including the need to add pinewood lakes? Is that what it is? Over here, the increased amount of oak trees out of the storm drains, remember that they need it? I don't think this accounts for that.
Pinewood Lakes would not be included in this. That's a private HOA.
Correct. This is gateway sweeping.
This is just Gateway
Just for
Street.
gateway?
Just gateway, yep. And that just, that includes an increase for, we get a surcharge now for fuel as well. I mean, everything went up, so.
So in the,
Ours went up at Gateway Greens big
Mhm.
time.
so in
Okay,
the past, when we've gone through this exercise, most of the time we were trying to back into a number. You know, we've always tried to stay within, single digits in years past. I mean, we'd love to stay flat if all possible, but there's a lot that needs to be done.
and
So-
that's it, that's all I have. By the way.
So what I would say is, I think first thing is, if we look at the 607, and I really appreciate Ed kind of splitting it out,
Summarize.
by, the different areas. I think we have to make a decision. Is the 607, are we comfortable with that number? If not, what would our target, what would be acceptable in our opinion? And what do we think, our residents would be acceptable? Because one area, and as much as I would even hate to even bring this up, but like our capital reserves at 220, we need to start doing it. But if we were to pull that out, it would just be another year for us. But that is an area that we could pull out in order to reduce the number, to reduce the burden. And we could go through some of these items, just pull out a couple here, a couple there, but.
Steve, if we take, you can crunch numbers real quick, can't you?
I can.
Pull out 221 capital reserve, 221,000, take us back to status quo on 22. I'm prove a point.
Yeah.
What's the value lost, I guess, not value added, the value lost. What's the impact of taking 221,000 out of the budget?
So for single family, it's about $41 a reduction. So in other words, when you look at your chart, it would go from $749 and change, 27 cents. it would lower it down to $708.63. By the way, I'm also including in that the other change we just made for the cameras. So it's those two combined, but that's what it would do.
What's that percentage, Stephen? What's that percentage increase?
Or percentage increase year over year would be 8.32.
I'm sorry, would be what?
8.32 for single family.
So let me make sure I understand this. If you take out 221 plus 10, 220, 231,
Correct?
the 846.77 will go to 806.
The 849.27 would go to 708.63. Yes.
Something's not making sense.
It's more than 10 though.
It's the current projection for the single family is 846.77. If we
I would, yeah, no, hold on.
Looking at general fund only.
Yeah, I was looking at just your general fund. I was not.
He didn't add in the debt service for the lake.
Yeah, I was just for the sake of,
Fund
since the
line,
debt.
people out
Yeah.
here want to see the bottom line, the total.
Okay.
46.77, if we remove 231 goes to what?
So that's the 846.77.
We take out 231,000. That's the 10 Flavia said, and we would go status quo on capital reserve for 1 year. What is
Okay. Give me give me 1 second so I can give you that adjustment. 15,000 here.
Important to note the debt service number does not go down. We're just talking about.
Yeah, we can't touch.
Yeah, that was why I hadn't included it, but I can pivot here and just make it a different. So, okay. So again, we're talking to going from the 846.77, right, down to 806.13.
What I thought.
41.
It's still the 41, but again, now you have the all-in number.
And so
versus
613 divided by 744.21 is a net change of 9%.
Correct.
Like percentages.
Yeah.
And that gets us a single digit.
I could go to that. Dan, we just
We
wave
know
it.
next year we still have
wave-
to.
I know.
I mean, we're just kicking the can down the road.
All we do is
Next year we
kicking
still
the
have to
can
address
down the
that.
road,
Okay.
but,
Well,
and maybe in the November
And
elections
probably a
come, we
higher
get rid
price.
of this insanity we got in Washington. Numbers will come back to normal.
so at least we can say that we pulled out 231,000 to get us to a single digit reduction. I mean,
If there was something in there that would tell me to go through, sorry, I used the term nilly-willy, but to me, when you don't have the facts, I don't even have the facts to be able to just go take 10, take 20, take 30. It don't work that way. It's not the way you do a budget. But I can take the money out of something that is very easy to do from, and that capital reserve makes sense. So the 231 and the 10,000.
And let's say this too. I mean, this budget process has been going on for how many months? When did we start?
We started this in April.
So we started this in April. Staff is looking at what we did last year, what we need this year.
Trying
They're
to
looking at
guess.
those numbers. So these are based on real
Numbers.
numbers. Now, some of it's projection based on things that we need to do. There's some things like the tree planting. We cannot plant trees next year if you want.
But then remember that.
And then we
what I
catch
said
hell.
that at the last meeting.
We can stop repairing sidewalks. I mean, there's a lot of things we can do, but this budget has us maintaining and improving where we can within what I would consider physically conservative, with single digit.
And in 15 years, been here with this is the first time we've had a budget prepared by staff. Things were explained to us and it was done right. It was done right. Might not like it, but it was done right. And just to go through and start picking stuff out for the hell of it, I can't go along with that at all. 231, I can buy.
Okay.
Bob, you have any feedback?
Well, not being a taxpayer. Not being a taxpayer in this particular portion, it's painful to cut the reserves out. I certainly understand why. And had they been incrementally increased over the years, you'd be in a much better position. But when you look at the reserves at Pelican Reserve, because we've been taxing ourselves one heck of a lot longer, probably 11, 12 years from now. I understand the need to reduce the cost. It's just tough to do it that way.
It is. It is.
And I guess that's how I sit of, I want them to know that this $40,
I mean,
it
it's a
may cost
meal.
equal, or it's gonna cost them more because we still have to do it. And that is one thing that over and over, they came here and I was listening to every single one. Why didn't we do it? Why didn't we do it? This is why, because we need to cut costs, and looking of everything, this is a high, one of the biggest item, and this is why. So it's very easy to forget when next year, why didn't we do a reserve study? So I have a tough time, you know,
But on the other hand, coming from business, and when we were told to cut 3%, or whatever the number was, it got done, and you really didn't see a big difference in the total performance. So I can't tell Matt
I mean, we just,
that
cut
we
5%.
couldn't go down. But I mean, line item by line item, and go back and say, cut it all 3%. It could be done.
And another one,
But
I'd
there-
like
but
to
there-
have the comfort level that Lee County has. Because they didn't come out with this. But if you know behind the scenes, talking to people why they did it, sit with $125 million in cash. If we were sitting in like, we wouldn't be having half these discussions.
You're exactly correct.
We don't have that deal, but that's how they got it. That's how they got it. And how did they get it there? It didn't come from the tooth fairy.
We do kind of live
We
paycheck
paid
to
for
paycheck
it.
around here.
Yeah.
And I don't want to belabor the point, but I sat out there for 10 years when Pelican was spending $800,000 a year for waterways, and Gateway had more lakes and spent 100,000.
I remember.
That just boggled my mind for a lot of years. Now that I'm sitting here,
Now you see.
we're trying to be more responsive, but it's painful. I mean, let's face it, it's real money. My insurance went up 30% too, just like everybody else's. It's painful.
But at least this is, puts a little dent in it.
Is there, Bob, other than that?
Was there anybody from Pelican Preserve that had any comments on, I didn't hear any comments
On the split?
whatsoever.
No, I didn't.
I feel you're the only one from Pelican here, aren't you? We're trying to catch up.
The single family homes are up 2%.
Yeah. Well, the one thing you got is too, the help. You got growth. You had growth this last year. We didn't have basically any growth. That.
Not significantly. The commercial districts help, but
I mean, that's still.
it's
growth.
all part of nickel's a nickel.
You guys started a long time ago.
But
putting
we've
the
been at
money
it
aside.
today.
They started a long time ago.
Very long time ago.
Setting aside money that with a capital reserve plan that we did not do, and we got caught.
So that's why we have to find creative funding sources.
But most of the hell is caught by PPAC. They don't come here. They go to PPAC.
So if there are no additional, is there any recommendations from staff?
Staff worked very hard and we did what we could to keep the increases as small as possible. Some of it can't be avoided, same as everyone else is impacted by increases in prices. They were reflected in our numbers.
Doug, I know there was mention of reducing the capital reserve, but I think there needs to be some direction given to Stephen.
Yeah, so, so when we go to adopt the resolution, we will adopt it with the reduction amendments of the capital reserve and the reduction in the 10 came out of those.
Security cameras. Street cameras.
Street cameras. So based on that, if there's no additional comments, I just need a motion to approve resolution 2022-22. That's the board consideration of adoption of the fiscal 2023 budget with the adjustments of the 221 being pulled out of capital reserve and the 10,000 being pulled out of the
Street cameras.
the street camera line item. Stephen, do you have that documented?
Yes, I do.
And Mr. Chairman, for purposes then, and Stephen will plug in the numbers. Stephen, the budget number that would go in the blank in the third line of section 2 would be what then, after pulling out the $231,000?
Okay, so, yeah. That's going to be your all-in number. We get to a different page here.
And I do have one comment relative to O2.
You're on page 2, Tony, of the,
Yes, section 2, page
resolution.
2 of the resolution.
Okay.
There are 5 numbers that need to be
yeah,
completed.
5 numbers need to be filled in.
I will edit those tomorrow. I can't edit them on this computer, but I can edit them.
So if I can get a second for discussion, Bob, that's fine.
Somebody make the motion?
Yeah,
You made it?
Yeah, I made it.
I'll second it.
Yeah, the only comment I have is on page 21. Under other fees and charges within the HOA agreement, you'll see that it's dropped from 1.286 million to 416,000. And that's a high watermark number. Collectively, we realize that's going to go down. We don't know how much yet, but we're authorizing this much with the full expectation we won't spend that much.
This is
So we'll be
PP.
somewhere
this is
between,
PP.
Yeah,
two.
yeah. So it'll be somewhere between 370,000 and 416. But there's going to be a reduction there.
So I have a motion and a second. There's no further discussions. We'll call the vote. All in
Well, I
favor?
think let's wait to get the numbers from Stephen first. 'cause we-
I'm ready to write whenever you're ready to
Oh,
tell me
you
what
are?
they are,
Okay.
Stephen.
So I can just give you the sum of the total and then we can fill in the rest. It's 25,437,615. That's 25437,615.
Got it.
What's the total general fund number, Stephen?
The total general fund number is 4,210,722.
The debt service fund?
You're just talking which particular debt service?
Well, it's one line for debt service funds.
Okay, so you want, okay, so yeah, and normally we fill these in later, but I can give you all of the pieces if you want. So all of the total general funds is what you're looking for, which is 12,990,711. But that would include the enterprise fund. Tony, we can really split these out later.
We need those right now, Tony?
We just need the sum and then Stephen and I can work on breaking out the other.
Well, I always like to have the numbers for the meeting because Stephen, there's a separate line item for the enterprise fund.
So total
Right.
general 4210722.
Correct.
No, that's just, no, I misunderstood. That's just one general fund. Let me,
12990,711 is the other one.
That's the total.
no, let's start again from the beginning if we need to put them in. So just the total general funds is 7,952,057, 7952057. The debt service funds, two of them, 902,703. The enterprise fund is 5,038,655. And then one thing we need to add that's not on that resolution are your capital project funds. That's 11,544,200. And the sum of all of that is what is the 25,437,615.
Okay, that makes more
The
sense.
motion would be to adopt that resolution 2022-22 with the numbers and the amendments to it as mentioned by Steve Bloom, adding the line item for capital project funds.
If Doug will make that motion, I'll second
Yep.
it again.
I make that motion.
I'll second.
If there's no further discussion, I'll call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
So it passed unanimously, Mr. Chairman.
That's
We
correct.
can close the public hearing on the
Unanimously,
budget.
4-0.
4-0, yeah.
It's, Mr. Gotti.
Do we have to do the other resolution, 23?
Well, we'll close the
Hey,
public
guys, if
hearing.
you wouldn't mind, can you keep, hey, Phil, can you guys just keep it down,
This
please?
is the public hearing on the
Oh,
budget
sorry.
adoption. So we can close the public hearing on the budget adoption, open the public hearing on the determination of special benefits and imposing special assessments.
Are you talking, is that for B?
Yes, resolution 2022-23. So motion to close the public hearing as the budget public hearing and then open the public hearing on the assessments.
Okay, so I need a motion to close the public hearing around the
Second.
budget. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? So I'll now open the public hearing for resolution 2022-23. This is the adoption of the assessment roll.
Stephen, you good with that?
I am, yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
The only thing I had on this, and it's the same deal I've had for the last 15 years, is that we take all this in, and I don't know that anybody ever sees the assessment roll. it would be nice if we had one on file here that we could come in and look.
We do get it. So if anyone would like to see it, once the assessment roll is finalized and sent to Lee County, we do get a copy here.
What about that thick?
Oh, I have electronic. I
Yeah,
hate
we are
paper.
required to
so-
maintain.
Yes,
the,
we have all the
assessment
assessment
roll.
Hard or
rolls. Yeah.
electronic?
Either way, but it's on, again, you can have it hard copy or electronic, and again, that's required by statute.
Okay.
But Mr. Chairman, you may want
But
to.
but the point I was trying to make is, Laura, we do have a copy of it.
Yes, we do. We're
Thank you.
not this one because it's not finalized, but all previous years we do have.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, because there's a lien book that's maintained by the district also. Mr. Chairman, might be appropriate to ask for public comment if anybody signed up to speak on this item.
So do we have any public comment for the adoption of the assessment roll? Do we have anyone online? Okay, does
Nobody-
not appear to be any comments.
No, and I think, again, Chelsea and Laura have been receiving emails and correspondence from various individuals with regards to the assessments and the budget, and those will be made part of the record if anybody wants to see.
Okay.
And if the board's ready, the board, motion can be made to adopt resolution 2022-23. And the assessment roll, the numbers will be revised to adjust the reflection in the budget. So there'll be a new assessment roll need to be run. Stephen, you're going to tell your crew that?
Be off a little bit. I'll make that motion.
And I'll second the motion.
I have a motion to second. Any further discussion?
This is
This is
we're
actually.
going fast, Bob. It's
This-
based upon the changes we made in the budget. This is the
The new assessment.
changing of the assessment roll, which in essence takes that 846 to 806 and all those other
And it
changes.
actually
It gives
levies and
Stephen
imposes-
the permission to create the assessment roll, which,
Yeah, levies
levies
and
and
imposes the
imposes.
assessments.
Yeah.
And then sends it to the tax, property tax fund.
So I will call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Mr. Chairman, it's in order to close the public hearing then as to that item.
So I will close the public hearing for the adoption of the assessment roll and open up the public hearing for the fee schedule.
That's correct. Very good.
And is there any public comments for the resolution 2022-25 regarding fee schedule?
The only comment I have, Mr. Chairman, is that with this, as well as the other hearings that were held, there were public notices in the paper as required by Florida statutes. And they would make part of the record also.
And these were all properly noticed and everything for this fee schedule.
Yeah, it just had to be posted in the paper not less than 10 days in advance. And the
Okay.
notice was placed in the paper.
So there's no changes to what we already looked at.
No, this is what's on the computer. See? Different.
This is in your agenda book as far as,
Yeah. But I've seen this before. There's no changes since what we agreed to before.
Comments from the public?
If it's in red,
It is a change.
it's a change.
It's a change year over year.
you haven't seen this previously.
I
This is the fee schedule. This is something, this is not part of the budget that you'd previously looked at and approved. This is a separate
We
document.
brought this to the board as a review and comments maybe a month or so
Okay,
ago.
that's right.
Yes.
So it's still the same as that, okay.
Yes, sir. We may have added a line item, like additional pool pass or a replacement pool pass. But other than that,
Okay.
we did market assessments of like what other soccer fields and things like
Okay.
that they charge. And we tried to get up to what everybody else is charging.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve the fee schedule. as
I'll
received.
second it.
and that would be then also the adoption of resolution 2022-25.
Yes.
And there's no public comment, nobody signed up, right?
Actually, I asked if I could have 10 seconds for another question, but nobody saw. This is Angela again. Can I ask one question or is that not allowed?
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I was trying to figure out, are we missing a supervisor at the meeting?
I can't hear.
Supervisor guy
Would you
was
say, Angela?
online before.
Okay, is he no longer online?
He is no longer.
I said early, he was early.
Yeah, he's no longer online.
Can I ask why he's not voting on these? Why is he abstaining?
He's not abstaining, he's not present.
But he was present for the earlier meeting?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so there's only 4 supervisors voting on this.
We have quorum to continue.
No, I know, that's not, it's nothing against the ones there. I appreciate you guys being there. I'm just wondering, why is he choosing not to be at the meeting?
I don't think he's choosing. I don't think none of us can speak for him. That's a question direct towards
Yeah,
him. And I don't think
his
he's
health is
necessarily.
not 100%. He struggles.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
That's why he's not running for election again in November.
All right. So that's it.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's nothing else, then.
Did we vote? We
No,
have.
No, we have to vote. We have a
and
motion.
Second, so we will call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Perfect.
Public hearing is just closed on.
Public hearing is closed. And we will, reconvene the
Keep
regular
cooking
meeting?
in here.
I'm trying.
It's because that door is closed. If you open that door, then the AC will kick in.
So supervisor comments, Bob, I'll start down at your end. Any?
No, I
you,
have
sir?
nothing to add tonight.
Ed, anything from you?
Yeah, thank staff. We don't agree on everything, but this budget was done very well this year.
I learned a lot the last 2
Process
years.
was
Thank you.
Very, very well handled. Thank you.
Bobby?
Same as Ed. And just an update, a quick update on the pool. Are we still scheduled to open up in 2 weeks?
As of right now, we are. There were some small delays due to weather, but they're trucking along. I went up there yesterday and Chelsea and I went up there today and they're making some good progress.
Okay, and then we're going to do like a opening of the pool?
That's the plan. Yep, like a grand reopening, just a little celebration up
And we're
there.
gonna try to coordinate that with the sheriff's office and see if they can participate in that.
Yep.
They're not gonna charge for that, are they?
No, it's free. We already had that discussion. It's free.
285 for 4 hours.
It's free.
And I will say too, it would have been nice to get to zero. Can't always do that. But the staff, we still will maintain accountability for staff each and every year. Areas where we don't need to spend, we don't spend. And staff has been really good year over year. There's some items that don't get done because of weather or timing or priorities change. So I think I think we at least try to do a very good job of either setting the budget and then most importantly, kind of adhering to that budget. I don't, we normally don't go over.
Mike, yes. Steve, you still on there?
Yes, I am.
We're getting down to the end. What's your projection where we're at? Year out?
Stephen, you and I need to talk because I have a lot of POs that are holding right now that you don't know about. So he can't really accurately answer that question right now.
That was
When we have our new accounting software,
and she just politely says.
when we get our new accounting software, when you ask that question next year, he will be able to give you a good answer.
So not all tabs are accounted for, it sounds like. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we will probably know by the next meeting what our carryover.
Hope so.
No, carryover, we won't know until November.
You'll have
Stephen and I can work together to get you a pretty good number.
Well,
Yes.
And Doug,
Yes.
part of the reason is, and I know it may
Hey,
be
if we
new,
can still maintain order.
it may be new to some, but we did operationally try to stop purchase orders effective 3 days ago. That went same with PPAC and Stony Brook, just because with contractors doing work and then invoicing, if we waited to issue a PO the last day of the year, then we're not going to get that.
I'm trying to get all of invoices in, so at least they're all accounted for by no later than the middle of October, which means hopefully they'll be all sent out by the end of September.
And
So-
Infomark requires
And
them.
Infomark, they usually give me till like the first part of November, so I get like the month of October to get the stuff in to get it cleaned up.
Okay.
Sonia and I talk a lot over the next 2 months.
With that being said, I will call this. You didn't have any additional comments, did you? We're good? All right, Ed, you were good?
I'm good.
Okay, all right.
What about your,
I have one last thing.
No,
I
we
promise.
are adjourning, not continuing, correct?
She's got it correct. Yeah, we're
Okay.
One last thing. I know in years, not the last 2 years, but you guys put on the tree lighting ceremony. And if this board is interested in us doing that for the winter, we need to know now because we need to start planning. So if there's desire from the
in the
board.
budget.
Yeah, I mean, it's been one of the, it's been one of our most successful events that we've done today.
it is in the budget.
I think we put
it
events,
is-
we didn't
Yes.
we didn't specify.
Yeah, we did, that's right.
because-
We put a
Yeah.
number
So
in there.
is there desire to resurrect that,
I mean, I think
event?
so.
keeping costs nominal?
We'll do it as
I don't
nicely and
see
as
anything
cheaply
wrong
as
with it. It's a
possible.
community event.
Okay, we'll start planning and working on it.
We'll do it at the clubhouse.
I figured you'd say Scrooge.
Grinch.
Grinch, yeah.
Okay, all right, it's 7:27. I call the meeting adjourned. Thank you all.
Thank
Appreciate it.
you. Get your
That's right,
So
Ed.
that's what happens at my meeting, when it gets to
Like 8
7
o'clock.
o'clock, now when it gets to 7.